Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, July the 6th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Make sure you guys can hear me. Okay, great. Well, okay, so yeah, as mentioned, AYRO. I don't trade in the pre-market that often, but this one looked too good. This is an all-time high right there, okay? So, and of course, this is in this hot EV sector. I actually created a little symbol list for it. And so popping through here, I took this trade right at 407. I did sell some right here at 485. And I'm just watching right now to see how well it can hold over 5. If it dips down below 5, I'm probably out of everything. But just a great percentage move, AYRO. And of course, this whole sector is still, unbelievably moving. Look at Solo. Again, it won't give up. Solo. FUV. WKHS. You can create a symbol list with these in them, I mean, this looks like it's going to be hot for a while. This sector, let's call it the EV sector. Looks like it's going to be hot for a while. Ballard, of course, BLDP. And was there one? And Plug. How could I forget Plug? Plug and Fuel Cell. So they're all hot, guys. So you can even make, I made a symbol list with them, and I'm trying to think of other ones to add going forward. It may be, yeah, I again, when I look at AYRO, it may have been a simple name change, okay? I looked at this and thought, well, was this really an IPO here? So it might have been a simple name change, but regardless of what it is, I mean, most are looking at this area right there, okay? So regardless if it's truly, if this was an IPO, which I cannot remember, or a symbol name change, the chart looks great. Decar, okay, thank you. Speaking of mergers, Uber, big announcement again for them. They've been trying to get a food delivery service, and looks like they've done the deal now with Postmarks or Postmates, POSTM. I don't think they're public. Postmates, I don't think they're public. So it looks like they've done the deal. And that's why Uber is up today the way it is. Lyft is trying to do something maybe. A little piggybacking on Uber. And then home delivery, Waiter, WTRH. Can't see any specific, well, actually that's not correct. I do see some announces second quarter 2020 results. So actually this is, I don't know if this is the official release or just pre-release. Regardless, this is all to do with financials for Waiter, WTRH, this morning. And let me see what else is happening. LMFA. A little gap up here, not a little gap up, it's a huge gap up, 2.7 million, 65%, over 2. The high of a few days ago, it looks like it's right at that high. We can maintain over that area. I mean, obviously 297 was the next high looking left, and then way up here. So that's the LMFA. Give me one moment here. And what else do we have here? Rose U. This was really active. About 3 weeks ago, I guess, when it got all the way up to 751. A little more activity. I don't know what this one. I mean, I can read what they do. I don't see any specific news. You know, shale drillers squeezed as banks tighten, etc., etc. But this hit, I mean, this is really pulled back. In fact, this is almost almost forget about it right now. This hit almost $2 in the pre-market. It's already dropped down to $1, so I would almost forget about this one. I have to understand when I'm doing my pre-market work, this is what I'm seeing, and then I move on to the next stock. And what a tremendous IPO for this company, Agora. Look at this IPO for this company, another up $6. There was the IPO day. Now this is way above the IPO price also. My goodness, what a great IPO. I'm hearing CTIB. CTIB is coming ringing in my ears. CTIB. So look at this one. So super low float, 1.11 in the float, 346 next high looking left. It is just, actually I'm a little bit wrong. I guess that is 313 looking left. Now it's been a whippy one. I mean, you can just sort of see what's happening on the, look at those topping tails on the weekly. So I mean, not able to hold their gains at all. You know, the big pop, the sell off, the big pop, the sell off, the big pop, the sell off. So you got to be careful in something like that when you see a chart that looks like that. Fran, pretty big gap down for Fran, at least it was. It's trying to rebound a little bit. It was all the way down to 435-ish or so. So I have blue here. Why do I have blue here? I have blue on my, blue gap down. Oh, negative data results, yes. Blue is a gap down on negative results from their drug. It's basically flatlined. It's done nothing, but it's down $9. Wow. This was actually on my watch list, up, you know, for this morning after that day it had on Monday. Sorry, on Thursday. Friday was the holiday. And, you know, this at this point, I want to say this was an all-time high at this point. And of course, that's all gone by the wayside now that it's down here. Man, no idea this was happening. I mean, look at the trading. Look at the trading on this. No idea that they were going to announce such horrible results. Now, NK is the trade of the week. Now, in theory, it's already triggered. Trade of the week is, what was the trigger? 1211. So in theory, it's already triggered. You can maybe wait for a pullback. High is 1312 looking left on that monthly chart. No technical issue as I know, Jason. You can see I've got all my pre-market gappers, I got my gap downs, I've got my gap ups. So there's no issue that I see. Anybody else? Yeah, Taddy, I cannot share the layout with members. I mean, I'd love to be able to. I share individual windows, okay? And if you want me to share the windows with you, you'll have to come into, you know, what I call the other trading room right here. It's not that I don't want to, but I don't have a layout that, because I've got so many windows. And so what I do is I basically allow you to pick and choose what windows you may want. So if you came into the other trading room, where it's a lot easier for me to, share. All right, well, I don't know what to say. Anybody else? Those are two. So when you say of the chat room, the gap ups and gap, you're not talking about this, the watch list up and down. You're not talking about this. So what do you mean in the alert section of the chat room? What do you mean by that? Are you talking about where I post the pre-market movers? Because I didn't. That's really simple. I forgot to post them, that's all. There we go. All right, there they are. Sorry about that. I was posting my my pre-market trade. I forgot to put them in there. Oh, so that's what you meant. That's what you guys meant. Okay. Yeah, Doug, I mean, there are two rooms going on, okay? I mean, they're basically the same. The only difference is you're in the YouTube feed, which is fine. But if you want to interact with more traders, there is the other room. It's nothing to do with you're a member. Yeah, they're both are free. But I'm able to share links a lot easier in that other room. So I posted the link for the trading room if you want to go into that one. And again, it's got nothing to do. The trading room is free. You don't have to be a Trade Idea subscriber. There you go. You just joined. Hey, okay. And then you see what I do is I've got a lot of, there's a scans tab. If you click on the scans tab, you'll see all of the scans that I am sharing, or this half open folder. It looks like a half open folder. It's called the Room Drive icon. You click on that and all the scans that I'm sharing. Basically, you just pick and choose which ones you might like. I think I've named them so they make sense. Oh, nice to have you back home, William. You might have to do a refresh, Taddy. I don't know how to help you. If you're in the new chat, if you're in the new trading room, there's a refresh icon, sort of in the top right-hand corner beside the gear. Or use Chrome as your browser. That's the preferred browser when people seem to have issues. BLNK is, again, one of the many EV stocks. Excuse me. Many EV stocks. Look at this. So 1, 2, 3 days ago, there was the high. All right, I'm going to just quickly check briefing.com to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. See how active the analysts were over the long weekend. And a little more active on the downgrades, not too many upgrades, so let me get them in. All right, there you have the upgrades from briefing.com. I'll get the downgrades in. Just a second here. Okay, so let's see, get the downgrades in. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades. All right, so Gems, if you click on the Scans tab, all right, Scans tab, you're going to see a lot of excuse me, a lot of scans that I'm sharing. If you click on the Scans tab, or if you click on the Room Drive icon, and scans that I share, if you download, it'll go to a Word document, and then you can just you can take a look at them all at once, and you can copy the link that you want, and then File, Load from Cloud, and paste it in here. It may already, when you copy it, it may already appear. If it doesn't, then just paste it in and then load it. It's in my liked. It's you can do one of two things. Remember, if you, and this is a good segue too. If you want to follow my watch list up and down, I did not change the symbol list name for the third week now, or the second week in a row. The gentleman who normally does that for me was on vacation, so I thought, okay, I'll keep it another week. So if you want to follow my watch list up and down, if you click on New and Channel Bar, and there I am. Where am I? Oh, I thought they got rid of me. Barry's watch list, right there, Barry's watch list. So remember, everything in the channel, all these themes, they're all layouts. So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. If you wanted to see your My Liked, we actually have a My Liked channel. Where is it? Because that's where all of the, where are you? You're somewhere. You can see how often I go to the channel bar. It's crazy. Stocks I like right there. I mean, again, this is a channel, so you can only have one channel or layout loaded at a time. So, but you can find them there, or it's in a symbol list called My Liked, which is created automatically. It's probably, yeah, Alex, the reason is somebody pointed out, they did a merger with DCAR. So it looks like it's an IPO. So that's why there is that difference. Okay, well, first of all, a couple of things. I would not paper trade using using Interactive Brokers. What time is it? I gotta make sure. Okay, 9:22. I would use our paper trader, number one. Way easier to use, okay? When you load Brokerage Plus, then connect and use our paper trader. You know, simulated trading, number one. And of course, you have to. You probably know you have to have real-time data from IB. The other thing I'm going to ask you to do is to watch this video. It's fairly long. It's 27 minutes long, but it goes over every single aspect of Interactive Brokers and Brokerage Plus. Okay. If you're, I don't know if you're trying to trade your. No, I use IB because I keep this on paper trading, simulation trading all day long. No way I'm going to toggle back and forth. If I mean, if I were distracted by doing a lot of other things during the day, maybe I would do this, but I don't. So I just use, and plus I don't trade that much. I'm not into so many trades at the same time. So I just use my normal IB to enter orders. And by the way, guys, the promo code is still alive. I'm sure it'll be disappearing tonight at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. So there's still time to get 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. And it's a great way to start. You can always just start off with our standard monthly plan. Take that 25% off. Try us out for a month. If you like us, you can always upgrade, say from a standard to premium, or from a monthly to an annual subscription. If you do that upgrade within 30 days of taking in an account, we'll honor the 25% promo code. All right, guys, I'm just watching. I still have a little bit of this AYRO left. I'm just watching to see how well it hangs above 5. Welcome, Macarand. Give me a second here as I pour the last bit of my coffee in my mug. Waiter is definitely moving nicely. WTRH. I didn't check Grub. See how Grub is doing also. Holly only works during market hours. That is correct. First alert, not Grub, Apron, sorry. Apron's mildly up. Yeah, the first alert will not happen before at least 9:35. You know, and I have feelings about that early alert. I don't think you have to necessarily hop right on it, but you know, you trade the AI the way you want to, of course. There you are. See you now, Doug. You're in the more active trading room. And the market, of course, is we're going to have a nice big. It's holding right now. Will we fade from this or maintain and move up? It's the beauty. We have no idea. So anyway, but the market's a big pop up for the market. Major area right there. See on that weekly chart. I don't think it probably won't take it out today, but that's a big area for it to try to take out maybe this week if it can, and then even get all the way back from when it's all started. Michael, I don't know how to help you. Maybe contact Kelly. I hate pass. I know it sounds like I'm passing the buck. I just don't have a. I don't get involved in the accounts at all like that. But just contact Kelly and see maybe she can help you. Well, Macaran, the what you're seeing here, what I'm showing on the screen, this is the the other trading room. It's a little more, well, not a little more, it's more robust. A lot more traders are in the room. It's easier for me to hand out links. People want links, various scans that I'm sharing. It's way easier for me to do it in that room. So you can come in if you want. And this is the link to get in. Oh, there was another one I forgot to mention was Myo. MYO, this had popped up quite a bit. It's pulling back though I mean, it got up to 629 in the pre-market. Pulling back now. Rallies on encouraging MyoPro in brain injury patient. I wonder one patient. Anyway, that was Myo. Well, there's no point in going to the other room link. Lucky, you're in the room. Unless you want to go into the YouTube feed. I know it's confusing. Okay, guys, before I forget, we are going to open in less than a minute. Let's have a great start to this trading week. Hope everybody had a nice, if you're in the US, hope you had a nice long weekend. I know even though I'm Canadian, it was nice to have 4 days off. All right, we are now open for business. And as usual, I don't normally trade in the first 15 minutes of the day. Try to let things settle down a little bit. When you say it's not working, nothing happens until at least 9:35, 35 jam. Okay, and it's not necessarily you're going to get an alert at 9:35, but that's the earliest that you will get an alert. So just that's okay. Wow. Okay, guys, I held on to some of this. This is the star of the day in the EV sector so far, anyway, AYRO. Look at the volume it came in. Wow, look at that volume that came in right on the open. And this is a low float, 5.2 million in the float, so that's another reason why this is just soaring like it is. Ugh. Oh, nobody's in this news. I find this just a real tough one to trade. Look at this. Looked like it was going to start ripping on Friday. Well, that got me out. Okay, that was so I'm out of this now. It looked like pretty good. Watched it right at 5, so just got it out underneath 5. Okay, so I'm not in that trade anymore. Too bad. It looked like it was really going to rip. Well, I mean, pre-market trading is not for everybody. I don't trade in the pre-market that often, to be honest. You know, it's just that this one, hot sector, EV, I looked at this. I know now that it's a merger with DCAR or something, so it wasn't, I didn't think it was an IPO. I just liked the way it looked. It based a little bit over, just over 4, and took the trade. I mean, a lot of it is, it's not for everybody, guys. Pre-market trading is not necessarily easy, but I mean, that had a ton of volume, so it may as well have been in normal market hours in terms of volume. But I mean, we have our pre-market scan, so I mean, obviously that is why I saw it in the first place. Now, this could be just pulling back, you know, but I'm out of this right now. I'd be setting maybe an alert, a price alert around 529. See if it took that out later on. All right, WRTC. This is an all-time high for WRTC. This is in my watch list. Again, nothing will trigger in these two until at least 15 minutes after the market opens. Do that on purpose. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Not that everything is settled down after 15, but they're definitely not settled in the first 15. And yes, I know I say this every time, yes, I will miss the runners that continue right from the beginning, but I've just seen too many times where stocks just whip up and down. Well, because I want to see them on all the time frames. It's that simple. You know, I want to see this on the 5, 15, and the daily, weekly, and monthly. I'm a momentum trader, so most of the stocks that I see are near their highs of the day or lows of the day if I'm going short. Look at, oh, this is another one I forgot to mention. FUTU, what a move. This is all the way up to 33. So if I'm a momentum trader, then I'm always interested, okay, the stock's at the high of the day. What sort of room does it have? You know, so I have to look at a daily and a weekly and a monthly chart. What sort of resistance is there? And if I just see, you know, nothing blocking it, then it becomes very attractive to me. Yeah, NIO, again, the same EV sector, NIO. So this is through the 200, I'm sorry, that's the week. Boy, this is what a run it's had. So you look at the monthly chart and you can just see the room it's got. You know, I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get to 1477, but if you look left on the monthly chart, there is the potential to start filling this void. You know, same on the weekly chart. I'm sure it's the same. Yeah, it's all up there also. Daily chart, don't have to worry. Well, yeah, I don't. I have a distaste for news. I'll tell you that. GNUS. I mean, listen, they can come out. You know, if you're asking me what do I think they're going to say in there, I'm sure they're going to be promotional, but I'm just I've sort of lost interest in news, to be honest with you. I'm not saying it's not tradable necessarily intraday sometimes, but if you're wondering why Nokia's up, what I read about Nokia and Ericsson is now that Huawei, I think in the United Kingdom and you know other countries, you know, I mean, there's this big deal going on, of course, with Huawei being banned in the States, and I think that with the UK now maybe doing the same thing. I think what I read was that that kind of leaves the door open. Man, I remember Nokia and Ericsson. I mean, that's what I read. Wow, B. This was a real fun one this day. This is the day I traded it. BE. All right, keep an eye, a very low volume. That's the only issue. Well, big issue, obviously. AHCO, very, very low volume. It's right at Thursday's high. And the reason it's on my watch list is because if it does take out Thursday high, it has this potential to fill this in, but there's no volume yet. All right. Again, this is a topsy-turvy one every day also. I mean, look at the workhorse. It was all the way up to 22. Now it's, you know, it gets down to 1950. So, I mean, this is typical first 15 minutes. Lots and lots of frothy action. Guys, I'm not in it anymore, but AYRO over 5 again. Look at that. Look at the volume that came in that first 15-minute candle. Look at that volume. Hey, welcome to, well, first of all, welcome to Trade Ideas. Rally or R Halley. I'll call you 786. Rashid, okay. No, Nio. Wow, wow, wow. Nio, Nio, Nio. I didn't even look at them this morning. They actually, none of them appeared. Yeah, I mean, they're doing really nothing. I mean, they didn't have the big pop this morning, really. Well, I shouldn't say that. I guess if I looked, American Airlines, a little bit of a pop, but as usual, giving it up. Yeah, I just have a tough time looking every single day. I mean, they're active every day, but give me the day that they pop in the pre-market and they keep going. Then I'll get interested. Yeah, just relax, guys. In terms of the AI, just relax. Wow. What a move for NIO. Look, I mean, and this is not a low float, 750 million in the float. So this is not a low float situation. This is a tremendous move for a stock with that many shares in the float. Look at the volume that came in on that in the first 15 minutes. LMFA, guys, is, well, so this is nice big gap here. So this is now above the high of that day, which was June 22nd. So the next high looking left is 298 for LMFA. Yeah, I mean, listen, you want to trade news, you're on your own. I mean, I just have a difficult time right now with this one. It's very sort of quote unquote news driven. All right, this is another one of the EV stocks. Okay, Pola, P-O-L-A, another EV stock. Okay, so Solo on the move here, red bar ignored. How is FUV doing? This always seems to lag it just a little bit. Okay, this is lagging it a little bit. Arkimoto, FUV. Tencent, TME. All right, this is an interesting move for TME. It's not a low float. 1537 is the next high looking left on that weekly chart. So it's getting a little bit close to that. Just Sorry, guys, I have to change a sound alert. Just give me one moment, please. Okay. There's Pola, guys. Just mentioned Pola. Look at Pola. These EV plays. Wow. The halt list it's an alert window. You get a real-time alert on the halt. And again, this is one of the scans I'm sharing. Halts resumes. I'm sharing. Wow, TME, just rippage here and a big float too. TME. All right, I know, guys. This was it's been a tough trader, intraday trader. CLSN on the way down. Had a nice day on Friday, giving it up. CLSN. The float is the number of shares available to trade. Okay, once you subtract insiders, etc. And the short float is the percentage that is short. So if you have it's 100 million in the float and you see 25% is a short float, that means 25 million shares are short. You may have heard of a short squeeze before. So when you have a low float situation and a high float percent, a lot of people betting that stock's going down, and then all of a sudden you get news on a stock, and for whatever reason people want to pile into it. That's when you get the people who are short starting to go, oops, I guess I better cover my position, at least some of it. Okay, one moment, please. All right, so far, yeah, nothing from the AI yet. Keeping an eye on the AYRO again, guys. This it's such a low float, 5.2 million. It's still kind of resting here, just underneath that whole number. I have an alert set for, I think, 529 or so. If it takes that out, it still has room. Taking it out on volume, though. You'll hear me say this all the time. I don't want to see a break on no volume. So far nothing is triggered in my watch list up or down. Boy, I know. On the way down, guys, this is underneath 20 now, just by a penny. Guys, I am trying to find out where a sound alert is coming from. Just give me a second here. Splash. Yeah, it's embarrassing. I trying to figure out where this sound alert is coming from. All right, I'm gonna have to show all my windows. Oh yeah, I know. On the way. Oh, I know where it's coming from. Okay. I know. On the way down, guys. On the way down. Look at this. I know. Wow. And now this is interesting because, I mean, 1983 was the low on Thursday. The low on Wednesday was 1836. This is almost turning into a green bar ignored on the daily chart. All right, keep an eye on CZZ, guys. Nice basing right here on the 5-minute chart through the 200-day moving average. Okay, through the 200-day, 1657. So that was so it's a big day so far for this one. But if you look left, it still has room on that weekly chart, the monthly chart. So and it's basing nicely. So what you'd like to see is continue to base a little bit and then get a big volume burst. Okay, big volume burst right through to keep it going. Shoot, I just missed my getting back into AYRO. Well, yeah, I just missed getting back into it. So let's see let's see if it rests at all here. I mean, it's it's got has no resistance. Well, let's see what it's doing. I mean, it got slammed. Yeah, I mean, I would just be forgetting about this. I mean, listen, it may bounce off here, but I mean, obviously it had horrible news, negative data results. I mean, this is a massive, massive drop for this one. It's still kind of basing. I mean, it's flatlined, really. From the announcement, it's flatlined. I mean, I mean, listen, I don't know what else they've got in their pipeline. It seems like it's the only stock or the only drug they've got in their pipeline. But I mean, is this a tremendous overreaction to the negative data? The only thing I do is maybe put an alert just over 3 and see if it pops off there and starts to run a bit, just as a bit of a bounce. But other than that, I mean, there's nothing to see. Angie, look at Angie. Angie on the move here also. This has had a great 4 months. Good 2 weeks. All right, guys, there's a little break for CZZ and decent volume coming in, actually. Decent volume for CZZ. A lot of times it's in comparison. Okay, so when you look at CZ, just a second here, guys. Okay. A lot of times, what I'm looking at is in comparison to what the previous volume bars were, okay? Where's GKK? Are you here today, GKK? Trade of the weeks are always long, yes. The reason being is that there are a lot of people out there that don't feel comfortable about shorting, and B, or can't short. Maybe their account doesn't allow them. So it doesn't have to be 2 times. No, it doesn't have to be 2 times, but for instance, you want to see, for instance, on this one, it did pop. Okay, so you see that volume bar right there. So it is above the previous 3. It's not quite the height of this one. What you wouldn't want to see, for me anyway, is a pop, but on lower volume. So it doesn't have to be twice, but you want to see it at least. You want to see some kind of a trend in volume continuing. GKK, are you in the room? You know why I'm asking you. Paging GKK. You are. Well, guess what I did, GKK? You know what I did. I did on Friday. I still have some of that FMCI, but I decided to take some of your GRAF. Wow, this is really moving now. So they're in the recycling business, kind of, right? Nope, I thought I read something to do with some poly. Okay, I read it wrong then. Or looking. I mean, looking to. Didn't I read that? I could have sworn. Wow, I missed this one. They were planning to. Oh, I see. Okay, well, I'll let you be my expert on it. That's what I was reading about them. They were planning to. Ah. Okay, so they're in the right sector. Look at A1. I am ticked at myself, guys, for not getting back into this one. I missed it by that much. No, I know. I wanted to take it again, but I was just busy doing something, and it just popped, and I didn't want. I just can't chase. As you know, I will not chase. Oh, it's hard to know. I don't know anything about solo. Well, it's a warrant. Okay, the solar warrants. They're warrants. So it's the solo, but the warrants version of solo. Best thing you can do is look it up, okay? Do a search and look up what a warrant is, all right? Kind of like options, but not quite. So then what you're saying is that graph is sort of in this EV sector. Electric vehicles, EV. Okay, so whether they're actually a vehicle or they're supplying batteries or something like that to the industry, to the sector. But EV is that's basically what they're all about. Well, I'm just going to keep putting my price alerts. Oh, I see there's an AI alert. Okay. Well, the position and range, you're talking about the daily range, or it can only really be 100% because if it's at 100%, it's at the high of the day, like absolute high of the day. You know what, Alex or Ali, I am going to, and don't get mad at me, but I'm going to get you to watch this video, and this all to do with auto trading. Well, it can be higher on previous days, okay, like a position in the 3-month range and things like that, yes. But watch that video, okay, it's about 27 minutes long, goes over all the aspects of auto trading and more, I mean, of course. It's a great video, okay? Seriously, it is a great video. I didn't do it. Michael Noss did it. He's our IB/Brokerage Plus expert. Well, GKK, I wish I'd known that. I might have taken some more shares of that graph. I did not realize it. I thought when I read it, it had something to do with it was obviously old information, something to do with recycling. Well, again, how I use the AI, you got the entry price, you have the stop price. Now you can trade it on, you trade it as you see fit. I do not display the AI alerts until, maybe well after the fact because it's not fair for those of you who paid for the premium service, okay? But I mean, you have the entry price, you have the stop price, and now, you just have to trade it. I mean, as you see fit. I mean, I know how I would trade this. Yeah, if you don't have, from the toolbar, click on New. From the toolbar, okay, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And then this window will pop up. And you'll have all of the AI trades that happen during the day. Oh, no, I would. How come you didn't tell me what it was in, JK? I'm a little upset with you. It depends what you mean by accurate. I mean, it's accurate in that, it's a real-time entry price and there's the stop. How you trade it is up to you. We get this all the time. I mean, how is the AI doing? The AI will do different will perform differently for different people because people will trade it in different ways. I hate to be so cryptic, but that's the reality, guys, okay, of the AI. Meanwhile, I haven't even checked my watch list. You're talking about the last price being near the high of the day? Yeah, that would require, I mean, we have a position in previous days range, which may be what you're looking for. And we do have a data point, but it requires a custom formula. If you're new, you probably never created one before. You know, we do have a data point literally for the, you know, for the close of yesterday. Who asked that question? Okay, well then you don't have, it's a column. I mean, it's a column. There it is, stop price. If you don't have the stop price column, this is just right click, columns. Here are all the columns that we have, and it's alphabetical order. So if you don't have that stop price column, then just add it. I'm surprised because it should be a default, okay? Well, then that's just use the position in today's range. If you're wanting to swing something tomorrow and you want it to be near the high of today, use the position in today's range. Okay, and you can put it, you know, 90% minimum or something like that. You know, so at the end of the day, if it's within 10% of the high of the day, that might be, you know, that might be good enough. You have to look at every chart just to also those see. Ugh, arrow. Well, this is actually even a red bar ignored almost. Baseball bat. Oh, we just got a halt here. Sigma, SGMA. Wow, look at this one. Look at this one. Volume. Now, somebody's going to say there's no volume. Okay, remember this. 56,000 shares right now, okay? Just got halted. There's the volume pop. Just got halted. Let's see what this ends up at the end of the day. Okay, so directions, this might help you, okay, in terms of think or swim. I'm going to put this in the tech tech support tab. Okay, I'm going to put this in the tech support tab, and hopefully that's going to help. Angie on the move here. Now these are just JWS positive. I mean, it's just another. Let's see if it even comes up here. Yeah. Yeah, I have no idea what JWS is. I mean, JWS, I believe. Yeah, oh, okay, it's one of these acquisition companies, another one of these acquisition companies. So it looks like it announces a separate trading of a Class A. So it's a different designation of shares, that's all. I can't log into it. Okay, I honestly don't know how to help you there. I mean, the only thing I can say, Nimblejack, is that our username, password, they are case sensitive. Okay, and so that's number one. And you're Yeah, I haven't been able to focus on. So, that one definitely is one I would have liked to have taken from the AI. But people ask me, well, do you trade the AI all day long? Do you take every alert? Couple things. No, I don't. Um, I do like to focus on the ones that are under $20. But the other issue too is that, as you can see, I'm answering questions. It's hard for me to come 100% focus on trading. And the reason I'm in the room is I answer questions, so it's not. So I mean, this is not. Well, it's an excuse. I mean, I do trade obviously, but I'm going to miss things just because I cannot 100% concentrate on trading. Yeah, it depends, Mac. Yeah, I mean, we can help to set up a query, and you can ask me. I mean, I'm sharing a lot of scans here. There might be something right in there that you might want to take a look at, or in the room. It's in the room drive icon also. Looks like a half open folder sharing a lot of scans. There might be something there that you like. Otherwise, you can ask me if I may have something for you ready made. Wow, look at Angie. Angie on the move here. Well, we don't have it up 900%. We have it up 2.7% CEN. So are you talking about trading your account? No, well, you can and you can. Here's another. There's a podcast you can look at. There are three ways. This is a PC-based program. But there are three ways in which, as a Mac user, you can use Trade Ideas, okay? And I'm going to just, a little podcast that was done. You can take a look at it. And MigTech, I'm going to suggest that you also watch this Brokerage Plus. It talks about integrating, like having IB and Brokerage Plus, okay? Like, take the time to watch these videos, guys, okay? It'll help you a lot. No, this is definitely the sector to be in, guys. The EV sector. I don't send it. It comes as you have to read the email. Steve Gomez picks it, and it's laid out in the email. Yeah, but it's laid out. If you subscribe to it, a lot of times it'll say we looked at this scan, and this is where we came up with it. I don't know what it said this week. You have to read the email. The A table scan. So you have to just read the email, and it'll basically indicate the scan that it came from. Boy, oh boy, it's how interesting. I mean, this EV sector is so hot right now. I remember when Ballard started to do its thing on this day, sort of this day too, but this day right there. And then look at this for Ballard. And this is just really the entire sector probably looks very much like it. There's Solo, FUV. I mean, they're all that on that day. Plug is actually lagging a bit, I think. No, maybe not. Whoops, let me get the symbol incorrectly. Yeah, Plug is actually, it was following suit, and then there's Fuel Cell, FSEL. And we have our friend again. Yeah. Oh, I know. All right. So that is a great alert. Again, this is classically the one that I would have picked, NLS from the AI. I don't mind showing it now. The alert was at 978, and there was the stop down here at 953, and nice little red bar ignored right there. But why would I like this? Look at the monthly chart. Look how much room it has. All right. I mean, that's all I look at. So the minute there's the monthly chart, 977. The alert was at 978, so just at the high of that monthly. You look left, and it has room. I mean, again, when I say that, I don't mean it's going to get to $13, but there is no big chart resistance. You can't. You know what? I wouldn't even pay too much attention to it. I know it's going to sound crazy. I wouldn't pay too much attention to it, okay? I mean, the 16.3 you see right there on the polar, there's a little bit of a blue arrow there. We introduced this years and years ago. To be honest, I don't pay any attention to it. If this were at 100%, okay, then this would be fully blue. The minute it's over 100%, it turns into another color. I just really wouldn't pay too much attention to it, especially if you're new. There's a lot of things in trade ideas. I wouldn't, I would just sort of not worry about that sort of a thing right now. Yeah, what is the SPY doing? I haven't really even looked at the SPY. Yeah, that's really, I mean, there's a big topping tail, I guess, but really still not doing too much. But are we getting into fade territory now? So the AI's had a couple, yeah, well, three nice little trades to start the day. Well, do you know how to load a strategy into the? Okay, guys, really going to have to. I've got a problem, as you can see. That's the problem having a completely free room. Yeah, I've got a problem here, guys. I don't know what I'm going to do. Okay. Oh yeah, but have you loaded any alert windows into it? Lucky. Well, no, you can't. You can't load topless windows in. That's the problem. You have to load alert windows in. I don't use 3-4. No. Okay, so NT, if you leave the trade open, if you don't close if you don't close the trade down at the end of the day, then it'll be there the next day also. Okay. No, there's no. This is a free room. Notice this on Friday or Thursday This is the first time it's happened in a long time, so I just have to be diligent. That's all. Okay, BLNK on the move here. Also, again, the sector guys, EV. Well, Jams, I mean, this is not normal, okay? So I'm not that concerned. Dominion Energy, haven't seen Dominion D for a long time. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I can't. If you're asking me for advice on this, I really can't. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not allowed to. You know, the fact that Warren Buffett, obviously he could be in there for 10 years if he. So I just can't offer any advice on something like this. Sorry. You know, obviously it's on the downturn right there, but I just can't offer any advice on it. Well, I'm not even curious. I'm not. Then if I don't know anything about it, I mean, all I do, I look at a chart here. Okay, so I don't know anything about it. I don't know anything about Buffett. I just look at the chart, go, okay, not interested. You know, I mean, it's really that simple for me. It's on a downtrend, and maybe there's some support here. You know, on that weekly chart, 75, 78 or so. Yeah, I saw the question about set up some doors to auto trade in the TI simulator. Did not sell at today's opening bell. Well, it depends on what you. Yeah, the orders. That's a good question. I'm not. I have not done that before. Like place an order the day before. Um, I mean, did it go past the price? I mean, you usually have to put a price in. Uh, this is interesting. Okay, guys. Where is it grayed out? What do you mean? Where is it grayed out? You have to give me a lot more information. All right, here's one of the SPACs that is moving down now. Are you talking here? Like, I still don't know under strat, but what window? I need way more information, Jams. Or Jam. I don't know what window you're talking about. All right, guys. Wow, almost 10:30. Okay, here, AI strategy, all. I mean, nothing is grayed out for me, so I don't know what you mean by grayed out exactly. Are you connected? Do you have a green ball? So I don't know what you mean is grayed out. So if you load this window, new slash AI slash Holly strategy trades window, this window pops up. I don't know what you mean by grayed out. Nothing is gray in that. Well, they have to have premium if they can load this window, they have to have premium. Only the long trade is grayed out. So there's only one long trade. Yeah, I might have to send you to our tech support. Might have to take a look. Yeah, you can't do screenshots in here. I just don't know what you mean by it's grayed out. So you're saying the other ones though, all the other ones are not grayed out? And I'm just going to send you to the home page, okay? You can start a live discussion. Okay, guys, Arrow on the move again after that pullback, AYRO. 3-bar pullback on the move again. Man, I don't know what I'm going to do about this. I got well, I can ban, yes, but they're just using another ISP. I'm just going to talk to the developer. Let's see. Okay, guys. MOGU, what are you? Are you No. Look at MOGU. Man. Look at MOGU. Now, you want to talk about something that has room, guys? Look at MOGU. And it's not a low float. This had no action at all in the pre-market. Good morning, Good and Sab. Nice car. Okay, guys, first of all, it's 10:35, so normally this at 10:30 is when I welcome anybody who's brand new to the room today. So welcome to the room. I do apologize. We've got a bit of a spammer going here, so I have to be a little bit diligent. This is the format, Monday to Friday, 9 to 3 a.m., 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live at the mic. And if you are a Trade Idea subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans. You can click on the Scans tab, all the scans that I'm sharing, all right? Or you can click on the Room Drive icon, looks like a half-open folders, click on that. Scans that I share, if you click on download, it'll go to a Word document, and you can take a look at all the scans in the Word document. If you like something you see, all you have to do is just copy the scan, copy the link, and then file, load from cloud. All right, and then paste the link in here and load it. Give me a moment here. Now, the subscriptions, we do that promo code, the July 4th promo code is still alive. So I'm going to click on the link. And I should back up a little bit. In fact, what I'm going to do is just put the link into the rooms. Well, another one that's ripping here, QFIN. Boy, lots of interesting plays today. I want to click on, if you click on the, just a second here, you want to click on the link. Okay, now remember, there's the promo code, Happy 4th, for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. And if you click on the link, this is how much Trade Ideas will cost. There's the premium yearly plan and the standard yearly. So $22.68 a year minus the 25%. Let's just put that in and see what that would. Okay, knocks off $500, so it would be $1,700 for their premium subscription for an entire year. Standard, $10.68 a year minus the 25%. The reason you are getting premium over standard is because you want the AI. You want these alerts. They automatically, all you have to do is load the window every morning or have this window incorporated as part of your layout and just wait for the alerts to happen and you trade them as you see fit. That is why you want premium versus standard, okay? Now, you don't have to start off with premium annual, standard annual. You can try us out for a month. Standard monthly. $118 less the 25%, or the premium $228 less the 25%. Again, that discount's only good for the first month, but if you decide within 30 days of taking out a subscription that you want to upgrade, you can do so and we'll honor the 25% promo code. Okay? Now I'm going to talk about our links. I've already talked about a subscription. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Excuse me. If you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to trade your account, your live account, using Brokers Plus, absolutely watch this, okay? Watch that video. It's about 27 minutes long, but it is well worth it. I'm going to go over Brokers Plus in more detail, but if you want to trade your account, you have to have an Interactive Brokers account. So before people ask, well, does it work with TOS? Does it work with this? Does it work with that? No, it only works with an Interactive Brokers account. Daily video, which I do between 1:50 and 1:45 every day. This will take you to the latest download link for Trade Ideas. Great little 20 lessons. Short lessons, click on that link. If you're new to Trade Ideas, it's a great way to get started. And even if you don't have the product, the product, you can see what you can do. These are some of the basic features within Trade Ideas. And that's the 20. Obviously, you can go at your own pace. I'm going to put that link in the room. It's a great link, guys, really. It just saves me a ton of explanation. Well, Dorian, you have to load if you go to the toolbar and click on New and load your Strategy Trades All window. If you have a premium service, then this is the first thing you should be doing, and then incorporating this. You can incorporate that window as part of your layout, so you don't have to do it every day. Just go, again, from our toolbar, New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. the other training link that we have, which is a more general training link, but it's got some great videos, especially if you're a new trader. Excuse me. So you click on this link right there, the training link, the TI training link. You notice it does have the link for the 20 lessons, okay? But TI University, a lot of videos in here, and back to basics, okay? If you're new to trading, this is a great little video series. We also have webinars Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all, and they're all archived. So that's on that training link. I don't know when the next test drive is going to be, but if you click on this, next test drive sign up, you'll be brought to this page. It may be in August. I just don't know when it's going to be. We do this, typically we do it 4 times a year. And for $8.99, we give you access to our full premium service for up to 10 trading days. So if you fill that in, you'll be notified exactly when it's going to start and how to sign up for it. We don't have free trials. Okay, now I want to go over the AI and also Brokerage Plus and catch up on questions. Now, there's tons of ways you can filter, for these, but you have to understand that, okay, if you don't want any action in the pre-market, then it's a very small gap. We have a gap up filter, and you can restrict the gap to a max, say of, I don't know, whatever that number might be. 20 cents, 25 cents, or a certain percent. I think, Jason, I believe that we would probably look after you. Yeah, Justino, yes. Or you can use like Amazon Web Services or something like an AWS type. I know that's what Michael Noss does. Finds it works quite well. Okay, and I'm talking to somebody who has a Mac. There are a lot of people at Trade Ideas who have Macs, and they use Parallels, and they find it works pretty well. Meanwhile, AYRO, stock goes up 3% on 1 minute. Okay, not, it may require, yeah, I don't think we have 1 minute. I mean, we've got 2 minutes, okay? So we've got 2 minutes. Yeah, we do have 2 minutes. So 2 minute change, I'm sorry, you want to change, so let me just do change in, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. We do have a change in 1 minute. There you go. I haven't used this, but there you go. Change in 1 minute, percent or dollars. Okay? A lot of times, if you're wondering if we have anything, well, I mean, this is, oh, I see. You want it as the alert. Now, we don't have it as, yeah, we don't have it as an alert, only as a filter. Stocks that have changed, by a certain percent. We don't have it as the alert. Yeah, we don't have an alert like that in 1 minute. It's just a filter. Okay. Well, then after that, you could, you maybe use a new high alert. So a stock that has moved a certain percentage, filtered, and then maybe use a new high alert. Oh yeah, you can set up an alert window with that filter in place. Then the trick is, okay, what alert do you want to use? A new high? A new 5-minute high? I mean, that's going to be up to you. I can't tell you. What alert, but you can play around with it. Depends on what you mean by an oversold list. A lot of people will say, high RSI as an example. Okay, a high RSI. So we do have RSI. So you could, depending on the time frame, we have 1 minute, 2 minute, 60. So let's just say you wanted to use a 15-minute. So I mean, if you put 80 or something like this on the 15, the minimum. So I mean, if you believe that a high RSI is going to show you stocks that are oversold, and you can try that. Well, you have to be a subscriber to use the alerts and the filters, Jimmy Canada. Well, that's the thing. When I say what to pick, okay, so let's just say for instance, you had the filter, and you put in a certain percentage of the price change in 1 minute. Okay, so all of a sudden you see this bar. Well, maybe it's making a new high of the day. So try that as an alert, or maybe it's a new 5-minute high. Okay, I mean, I can't tell you what to use as an alert, because what happens, I mean, if I set a new high of the day, I mean, that might show you some great looking stocks, but this could be a stock that's already, has dropped down and then doing it. So obviously a new high is not going to cut it, but maybe a new 5-minute high. You just have to practice, okay? Like, I can't tell you what is going to work, but does that make sense? I mean, I just don't know what's going to work in terms of an alert. But that's the thing with Trade Ideas. You can see what sort of alerts you get with maybe a new high or maybe a new 5-minute high. Just see what sort of results you get. Do they make sense to you? Oh, I see. Yes, I see what you mean, Jimmy. Yeah, so here is. Yeah, but it's really not hard. You should watch those 20 videos, okay, in 20 days. I mean, obviously, go at your own pace. You don't have to spend 20 days, but you should watch the video on how to build an alert window, okay? It's not a video, I'm sorry, it's just text, but how to build an alert window. Because once you know how to build an alert window, then what you're going to do is then you can add that filter. Then you can, determine a price range. I mean, you might have a price range that you want. You might have a minimum volume that you want. Just things like that. Fairly simple filters, because you don't want to. The idea of the filters is to get the universe of stocks that Trade Ideas could look at down to some kind of a manageable level. Okay, so here you go, Jimmy Canada. Okay, this is a list of all the filters and alerts that we have. Okay, which there are a lot of them. Okay. I have no literature on getting into AWS. Sorry. Interesting that you would find that. I'll ask Michael because he's definitely got. Let me just see if he's got any insight. Okay, so when you create your new, like a window like this, I mean, you can minimize it. Okay, if you minimize the window, then every time you got an alert, it would pop up on your screen. That may or may not be what you want to do. Depending on how many alerts you get, you'd be driving yourself crazy. You know, it'd be popping, 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 popping. Okay. Most of the time, you know, depending on your screen space. Let's see. Hi, hi, real. So what I was going to say is, I mean, depending on, I mean, most of us, you know, you probably want some windows open all the time. Meanwhile, man, oh man, I'm just missing so much stuff happening here. Look at UMRX. UMRX just got halted. I would remove some strategies. If you're getting too many, either tighten up, you know, either remove some strategies or tighten up the alert windows within the multi-strategy window. Okay, if you're getting too many. I'll post that link, the 20 videos in 20 days. Again, they're short video. I mean, you can do it in way easier. Oh man, my big miss, Arrow. Wow, what a great, you know, a couple of pullbacks, entries to get in. I mean, miss. I mean, I did trade at pre-market, did okay in the pre-market, but I wanted to get back in. This is just severe rippage. It is not too late. Okay, guys, sorry. I am looking. Okay, the wow, the UMRX, it's still halted. Still halted. What time is it? Halt was at, no, it resumed. Now it's halted again. Wow, 84 cents on the original. Popped $1.09 now. Lots of volume. 21 million in the float. Certainly not excessive. UMRX, guys, on the move here. Look at this. 84 cents to 125. Thanks, Real. Thanks very much for that information. Oh, I have no idea. I have no idea. Yeah. Why it would only start trading then. No idea. My goodness. UMRX. Wow. 84 cents to 140 in a heartbeat. 40, in fact, never mind that. 43 cents. There's no simulator trader link. I can explain what it is. Okay, there's no real. I'll explain what it is. So first of all, are you listening and can you see what I'm going to do before I start? Okay, so you have the similar tab Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Simulated trading. I'm so sorry. I thought you were talking about a similar tab. Well, it is in this video here. And I'm going to go over some, you know what? I mean, fortunately, I've had the spammer I've had to deal with, okay? And a few extra questions, which is absolutely fine. But simulated trading is covered here. Paper trading is covered here, okay? But I'm going to go over the AI first, okay? So, the AI. This is basically what the AI is all about. Now, this is not one of the AI strategies, but if it were, the AI waits for the market to close every day. Okay, MigTech, if you go to the links tab, okay, and right there. So if you click on the links tab within the trading room and TI download, all right? So this is not an AI strategy, but again, if it were, the AI waits for the market to close every day, so it has access to the latest market data, and then goes through what we call an optimization procedure for all 50 of these strategies. The optimization procedure basically looks at the filters that are in place in the strategies, maybe makes a change in the values, maybe there's a price range of 1 to 10, maybe changes it, maybe adds a filter in, takes one out. Painstaking operation, obviously, to go in through 50 strategies like that. Tomorrow, these are on Thursday afternoon. That's what the AI did. And these are the strategy that made the cut for today because they had the right profit factor and win percentage combination. Tomorrow, we don't know which ones are going to make the cut. You know, again, it has to run through the optimization procedure. Okay? And so if you have the AI, then all you have to do is wait for the alerts to come in. So you get from the toolbar, new, AI/Holly strategy trades window. Click on that, and there's your window. At the beginning of the day, you know, before the market opens, it'll be blank. I think the best thing to do is open this window and then save your layout with the window in it. So you don't have to open it every morning. And then you'll see all the alerts as they come in all day long. You know, with the entry, the stop, and you can manage the trades as you see fit. So that's basically what the AI is all about. Brokerage Plus. This is the Brokerage Plus window. Click on New, Brokerage Plus, and this window will pop up. So Brokerage Plus can be used in one of two ways. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, only if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use this window as your order entry. You can link it with your Interactive Brokers account, and then you can do, you know, one-click trading. You can do a lot of different things using this. And again, that's the video that I would encourage you to watch. And that'll show you exactly how to use Brokerage Plus and Interactive Brokers and how you can use this window to trade. Now, what I do is, for demonstration purposes, I put it on our simulated trading all day long, okay? So all you do have to do is you just check simulated trading, and now you can use this in a lot of different ways. For instance, if I wanted to take Blink as a trade, all right, just as a demonstration. Yep, you can watch what I'm doing. Now look at Solo and Blink, and look at all these. Wow, these EV. But the video will show you in simulated trading. But it's simple. It's super simple. Just click on, make sure you have the window open and check it. Now you can start using it. So if I click on an alert, there's Blink right there. If I want, I can take 300 shares. I'm just going to buy it right at the market. Okay. The spread was okay. So it took the trade. Right there, 759. Again, would I do that normally? Of course not, because I'm in chase mode, but I'm just using this to demonstrate how you can do it. Now you can put a stop in. So I wanted to put a stop in, you know, maybe the low right there, 720. So I can right click, add the stop order, 7.2. I've added it. Now you'll notice it's right on the chart. See, it's right on the chart. So if I allow this to take my in the simulation mode, if I allowed this to go down to 720 without doing anything, it would take me out of the trade and I'd be out $115 in simulation. I can also use this though as a trailing stop. Let's say the trade really starts to work and I'm up at $8. I can start moving this line right on the chart and keep moving my stop up like a trailing stop. All right. Can also, if I want, I can put in a target. You know, if I want. So let's put a target of $8. Right on the chart. See now, right there on that weekly chart, you can see it, $8. If I allowed, again, the trade to take me out right at $8, I'd be up $124 in the simulator. And the same thing, you can move this up and down. So let's just say I'm getting close, but it starts to stall and it starts moving down. I could always just take that and take that line and move it down to the price and get me out of the trade. Okay. So that's, I mean, that's pretty. That is pretty, again, watch the video, okay? You gotta have to watch the video. All that is in there. All right, this is a, somebody was asking, thinking it was hard to get into AWS. Who asked that question? I'm gonna pop this here. This is a video that was done by Michael Noss, who uses AWS. This might help. So I'm just gonna put above for AWS, okay? Whoever asked that question, I just popped it into the off topic. Guys, there's so much going on. What a morning. I mean, unfortunately, I haven't been able to participate too much. What a morning. So Jumper, all the scans that I'm sharing are here. Click on scans, okay, including this basic new highs and lows. And these three windows you have to load from the channel bar. Okay, I haven't paid any, I have no idea if these have been any good or not today. I really haven't got a clue. I haven't been able to do anything today, unfortunately. But all the scans that I'm sharing, you may not want every scan. That's why I don't have a general layout, okay? That I could give to people. You know, you have to do a little work on your own. You have to click on the scans tab. You see all the scans that I'm sharing. Some of them might make sense to you. Or click on the room drive icon right there, scans that I share, download, okay? Goes to a Word document. You can take a look at all the scans that I'm sharing. But if you want these two windows, these can only be loaded from the channel bar. New, channel bar, and Barry's watch list, okay? But remember, everything in a channel bar is a layout. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So make sure, if you have a layout up and running, make sure you save that to the cloud. Save, and save often. Absolutely, guys. Save your work. Save your work to the cloud. A couple of reasons to save your work to the cloud. If you have, you can have Trade Ideas loaded on as many devices as you want. You can only have Trade Ideas loaded one device at a time, but you can have Trade Ideas loaded onto as many devices as you want. Laptops, tablets, etc. You know, obviously this is on my desktop. So all you have to do then is, say you have it on a laptop, then you download our program to the laptop, and once you have it loaded, then you just file, load from cloud, okay? And then you can load your layout or individual windows, so you don't have to recreate everything all the time. The other huge reason to save everything to the cloud is if anything happens to your computer, you know, it blows up on you or just whatever happens and you need a new computer, no problem. As long as you save everything into the cloud, you can just, you know, get everything back. The other thing too is even if you have multiple monitors, I have 3 monitors, so obviously I'm sharing, the monitor I'm sharing is this monitor. I do have 3 other monitors where I have Trade Ideas windows. Obviously I've got my AI on one window, another monitor, sorry. So you get the question a lot. What you don't want to have to do, especially if you have multiple monitors, you don't want to have to arrange your Trade Ideas windows every single day when you load Trade Ideas. So all you have to do is this. You put your toolbar, put the toolbar in the top left-hand corner of what you're going to designate as your main monitor. And arrange all your windows on your main monitor. Arrange all your Trade Ideas windows on your other monitors, exactly where you want them. Then click on Tools, Options, and Layouts. Tools, Options, Layouts, and you see where it says Open relative to main window. Check that and save it. All right. Then, you know, when you exit Trade Ideas, you do, you know, I save your layout to the cloud. Okay, the same thing. Also, you know, exit. You can say Save Layout. Yes. When you reopen Trade Ideas, all your windows will be exactly where you want them. Well, okay, when you want me to check AAL, okay. You know, I'm sure the entire all the airlines, yeah, they're all going down, guys. So typical every day. I don't know what you really want me to check on it other than this is typical every day. So I'm just sort of not really paying that much attention to them. Tell me the day that they pop in the pre-market and continue going. And now that'll be the day I'll get a little interested. So what a move by TME, probably coming into some resistance right around here. All right, UMRX just resumed. Let's see what it does. It's not bad, actually. It's kind of holding. Well, there it goes. It's, just as I said, it's kind of holding here. It looks like it wants to make another run. Where are they out of? Oh, Cambridge. Okay. Okay, one moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So look what happened here, guys. Remember I was saying I took this and it hit the stop. It hit the stop, so it took me out of the trade. So that was just demoing how you can easily paper trade, simulation trade using it uses our real-time data. It doesn't matter what brokerage account you have or who your broker is, doesn't matter. So look at QFin. I mean, this has got just a ton of room. Look at this room it's got. Look at $20 on that monthly chart. Again, when I'm saying that, I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm just saying look at the chart. Look where the resistance is. That's what we like to see. You know, a lot of other reasons why a stock won't keep going up. But at least we don't have to worry about chart resistance. And Net Element, the same sort of thing. Man, Net Element, look at the room it's got on that weekly. It's not as much room, but interesting day, of course, 3 weeks ago. It hits all the way up here, pulled all the way back, closed way down here, coming back. And Keith, that's why stops are important, absolutely. All right, I'm going to have to start looking at some, I mean, haven't looked at anything from my watch list. So 225, so that did not, what did it do? Yeah, I mean, a little bit from the alert. AYRO, obviously 545, gets up to 8. FUV, 801, that worked. Graph, At one point, 22.98, got up to 24.35. WRTC 1175. Wow, this watch list has been great. Wow, 1268, 1328. DNB 28. I don't usually have stocks over 20. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm wondering why I have that in there. Torque 256. Not great. OSUR. Well, watch list has been pretty darn good today on the long side. Blue 260, done nothing. NLTX 1394. Yeah, I mean 1394 and it got down to 1321. So watch list has been, I wish I could have paid more attention to it, but the watch list has been really good today. And again, you can have access to the watch list every single day. New channel bar and where am I? Barry's watch list right there. Okay. Well, that wasn't what I wanted to do. Momo has been on the move. Momo has been on the move here. But you know, it's an ugly looking daily. I mean, it had a heck of a day though, getting rid of all of this in one day. 2095, probably some resistance right around 23 though for Momo. Time is at 11, almost 11:30. I'll be taking my break fairly soon. Plug over 10 now. Boy, big area for this to be over 10. Tried a couple of times, but now 10. See if we can catch up to Ballard at all. Oh, I'm fine, Asif. How are you? And this is, yeah, another one, guys. I think this is out of India, or oh, I'm sorry, I thought it was out of India for some reason. But anyway, oh, I'm thinking of TATA. Anyway, another one, guys. Candy, KNDI, EV sector. But this one not doing well. WKHS. Boy, rippage, Candy, KNDI through the. What do we got here for? Yeah, maybe some resistance. Not that far away for Candy. Wow, such an area now. I mean, for solo, I mean, all this monthly. Grupo Financiero. Okay. Commercial banking. I think they're out of Argentina. Yeah, out of Argentina. Gigal. Look at the moves. I mean, look at the volume that came into Candy. I mean, that's what you want to see. I mean, look at the decreasing volume on the 15, and then all of a sudden, boom, and that's what you want to see. Okay, see what Real is looking at. I'll stick an alert. Yeah, 1824. I can see exactly what he sees here. That little area there. Meanwhile, no pullback for UMRX, none. I mean, minor one right there. And it's just been resumed. That's a big pullback for AYRO. That's a dollar pullback from 8.18 to down to 7. Not really. No, it'll you have a stop, but after that, really it's what we like to say is man and machine. The machine will give you lay it out for you. There's the entry price, of course. It's a real-time entry price. It'll have a stop. After that, it's really, it would behoove you to be able to look at charts and know, pick areas where you might want to get out of a trade. I mean, there are targets, but they're very unscientific. Like 50 cents above or a dollar above. Very unscientific. It would really help if you start to read some charts and say, okay, wow, it's coming into a resistance area. Maybe I should get out some now. One moment, please. I have to change headsets. All right, guys, I'm back. No, when I mention scientific, I mean it's obviously not scientific. I mean every strategy here will have some kind of a target, okay? But it could be like a dollar above the entry price. I don't even look at them, to be honest, because what I be doing is I'm looking at the individual alert you get from the strategy. Yes, the strategy has been kind of optimized for a certain, for a target of some sort, but that's the strategy. The individual alert. I mean, if let's just say for argument's sake, the target was a dollar, in this strategy, and you're in a stock and it's working really well, and you get close to that dollar, would you get out of the trade? Of course not. It's still working well. But the AI would automatically get out of that trade because that's how it's been optimized as an overall strategy. But I would be treating individual alerts on their own. So if the trade is still working, there'd be no way you get out. Meanwhile, QFIN continues to march up here. Not a low float. There's been some yeah, fantastic alerts today from the, not just the AI, but I mean just in general from Trade Ideas. There's OSUR now on the way here. Lots and lots of room. I mean, just look at the room it's got. I mean, the high of 3-4 weeks ago was 1443. So I mean, it has a shot to get into this area. Look at the daily chart. Yeah, I mean, you should in the simulator. Okay, in the similar tab, you will see related stocks. Okay, now in this EV sector, some of these are sort of new into the EV sector, as an example. So if you have the similars tab, and let's just say I type in Ballard. Okay, so there is fuel cell, there is plug. Um, I'm not seeing some of the other ones, but I mean, these are the three obvious ones. All other miscellaneous electrical. I mean, is it foolproof? No. But you can also create your own top list. Create your own top list and put all those symbols in it yourself, and then attach it to an alert window or a top list window, and you can do it yourself. Does that make sense? Nope, not for premium. Nope. Similar tab is, if you don't have the similar tab, it means you don't have the latest version of Trade Ideas, Eric. Okay, it's nothing you have to add. So if you don't have it, then just click on go into links and click on the latest download. TI download, okay? Okay, you might have to, Kumar, you might have to, or Kumars, you might have to do a refresh or use Chrome as your browser or just reload, get back in. I don't know why you can't see the screen. Okay. But you might have to, there's, beside the gear icon, there's a refresh icon. Looks like almost a full circle. Okay, you can click on that. That'll do a refresh. Or use Chrome as your browser. Luckily, we're getting fewer and fewer comments like that. We used to get them all the time, not being able to see my screen, but okay. Is it cutting out for everybody or just you, JB? Yeah, so there's your clue. Unless everybody starts saying my voice is cutting out, it's usually on your, on the person whose audio is cutting out, it's usually just them. Not all the time, but unless I go mute, yes. Which is going to happen pretty soon, 11:37. I'll be taking my break in about 15 minutes. Working in Chrome, okay. Yeah, I don't know why, but that's the developer of the room. This is not. We did not develop the trading room. It's not Trade Ideas. It's a third party, and he has always said Chrome is the preferred browser. Doesn't mean other browsers won't work depending on your computer configuration. All right, next on the hit parade, we have LIVX, Live X Media. Now, what sort of resistance is there on that monthly chart? So there's the top of it right there. Fairly low float, not super low, 35 million in the float. Somebody's mentioning Tiger in the YouTube feed. Haven't seen Tiger for a long time. Somebody actually mentioned D earlier, I think on the way up, wanting to know. So there it is. Domain, just out of the price range I like to trade, but yeah, so anyway, Tiger. Man, guys, you can see if Tiger can take out, maybe not today, but tomorrow, 597. We're at 530 right now. What did it get to? It got as high as 565. I'd be setting an alert. Actually, it might be just over 6. I'd be setting alert around, set it at 617 or so. You can see what could possibly happen. This is a China Fin. Remember these days. This was an IPO way back here in March of 2019, so over a year ago, and it went crazy. Meanwhile, QFIN just continues. Yeah, you're right. I mean, this is just. I think I saw a price target of 2,000 on Tesla. I can't remember who put it there, but it truly is unbelievable. I mean, this is almost a double from May, almost. It was a low of around 793. It's, I mean, incredible. A little out of the price range. But, you know, it's unbelievable that, 120 or 100, well, $1,200 stock can go up 10%. It's a fairly big float, 143 million. But well, guys, I mean, I guess I was fortunate that I was able to trade AYRO in the pre-market, and unfortunately did not get back into it. Was just sort of distracted a little bit and did not get back into it. Yeah, I should have, and it could have gone down to 1 also. It's true. I've had to deal with that. I mean, I think we had that on Thursday too, sort of creeping in. Well, I mean, that's the vagaries of a completely free room. Yeah, UMRX not dead after all. Look at the volume that came in though, too. Look at the volume, guys. That's what you want to see. Look at the decreasing volume, and then all of a sudden, look at the volume. It's not quite the biggest volume bar of the day, but really close. That's what you want to see. That's why, you've been in the room before. You know that this window, I'm going to do a clear at around 1:15 or so. And then we're going to start to see some of the early ones that were really active early on. Sometimes they just kind of snooze midday, and then they pick it up towards the end of the day. And we start seeing some of them making new highs, and we get a big volume pop. That can give us some really, really good later day trades. I thought it does say in the account, or doesn't it kind of turn green or something? Okay, Doug, be kind. Meanwhile, this one just got absolutely slammed. I sort of saw this in the pre-market. OBSV. Look at this one, just got absolutely slammed. Yeah, late stage data, not good for this little bio. OBSV. Okay, one moment, please. Okay, guys, I am looking at CLR as a potential short here, guys. This is a stock that I haven't been able to pay too much attention to my up big yesterday, but down today, and the reverse of it. But this is what this came up. So it was up big on Thursday, but down big or reversing today. Has some room as a potential short, maybe not a ton of room. Very few earnings plays. This is one of them. CIDM. This is actually a little earnings play today. So look at all the room this one has. This should be really interesting tomorrow. UMRX to see if it continues. You know, depending on what it does today. If it doesn't give it all back or a lot of it back. Not a crazy low float. I mean, 22 million is low, but it's not like a crazy, crazy low float. Optinose, OPTN on the way down here. Look at the volume that came in. Also, look at the volume, potential short, I guess. Let's take a look at what sort of support it may have. Yeah, the support looks like it could be pretty good around 525, 530. So I probably wouldn't be taking that trade, that short. Looks like it's decent support, right? Not that far away. UMA, guys, UMA, this has been a real star. Now it's had a bad day. Well, bad day. It has given some of its gains up, but it's starting to come back. UMA. No. I mean, if you definitely want something that's faster, Eric, then no, you have to use another charting program. You know, I've gone over this in the past. I haven't. The way I use, you know, look, I get an alert. Okay, now I'm not staring at the chart right now. Now, if I wanted to take this trade, I'm looking at my time and sales from Interactive Brokers. I'm ready now to look at the trade. It's not so much that I'm looking at this chart anymore. Consequently, the fact that it refreshes every 8 seconds doesn't bother me at all. I was skeptical. I know you guys have heard me say this before. When we introduced charts, when you know, charts are still relatively new. I think maybe 4 years now. And when they said they were going to refresh every 8 to 10 seconds, I thought, that's terrible. But I think at that time I had eSignal as my charting program. I put them side by side for at least a week, maybe 2 weeks. I really found there was didn't make any difference to me, the way I trade anyway. Remember, when you click on an alert, it's real time. So, okay, so at this point, you know, if I want to trade this, I don't care. Yeah, at this point, I'm either going to trade it or I'm not. You know, whether it keeps going up or, you know, I'm just going to trade it or I'm not going to trade it based on a lot of other things. So, but anyway, I'm not trying to convince you, you know, but believe me, I was skeptical. Well, remember now, the AI did not bring up AYRO at all. That was not an AI trade or an AI alert. Only premium, AJ. Holly, yeah, the Holly is a premium service. So if you want the AI, you have to have a premium subscription. Timed exit, that is when every strategy has a hold period. Okay, and so some could be 60 minutes, some could be 45 minutes, some could be towards the end of the day. So that is the timed exit. You don't have to follow it. I mean, again, it's just been optimized for a certain hold period. But again, as I was saying, I think earlier, when I was talking about targets, just because the AI says in a particular strategy, it's been optimized for, say, a 60-minute hold. If you're in a stock in that strategy and the trade is still working and it's 60 minutes, why would you get out? Boy, nothing is stopping this net element. Remember, this day it had this tremendous week, but it gave it all up. I can't remember if it gave it up. Yeah, I gave it up on the day. Got up to on that day it got up to about 1350, and it basically got cut in half. Well, hopefully after my break, I'll be able to concentrate a little bit more on some of these great alerts that I'm seeing. If you turn them on, yeah, if I switched all these on, and then you had the P&L up and running. OSUR, guys, this is one that I really, really liked last week. I mean, this has still got a ton of room here. All right, guys, I'm getting set to take my break, so I'm going to get the announcement in. Jamie will be taking over the YouTube feed at a minute before noon. Now, let me just put this in here. Well, I know this window will show it. I mean, I don't look at this window at all, but I guess this window shows it. The AI okay. I mean, here's the P&L right there. Okay, so you can have this window open also. I do not have that window open, and that's from new AI/Holly strategy trades window. Jamie, you're in the room. You're in the room, so I can stop streaming. Oh, okay. Okay, guys, I'm out of the YouTube feed. Jamie Hodge is taking over, so. Oh, okay. Okay, guys, I'm out of the YouTube feed. Jamie Hodge is taking over, so have fun, Jamie. Jamie.
Yes, hello everyone. Welcome to my desktop, and thank you for that fantastic introduction, Barry. Happy Monday to everybody out there. If someone could just let me know via the chat panel, you can see my screen and hear me okay. That would be fantastic. It appears things are functioning as they should be. Anybody? Give me a heads up, thumbs down. Takedo, thank you very much. All good. All right. Well, welcome to my desktop here. As you can see, we're seeing quite a bit of green on the screen, whether it's the indices being up and nice and green, or lots of green alerts coming through as Chegg hits all-time highs here. Quite a few things coming through. Interesting. Look. Oh, look. The Nasdaq's hitting highs again. Wow. Could it be because it's all about 4 or 5 stocks? Chances are good. Let's just take a look at those FANG stocks real quick here. Well, how about Facebook? Yes, up. Oh, Google, Alphabet, up. What's Netflix looking like? Oh, look, up. Apple, up, up and away. So as we can see here, all-time highs. We're looking at the weekly over here on the Qs. And boy, what does the NASDAQ know that the rest of the macroeconomy does not? All right, got a nice little crowd in here. I just see some more people piled in. So just a friendly reminder, this is the, technically, this is the live support session. So any questions that you might have about Trade Ideas Pro, any of its pieces, backtesting, AI, go ahead and get your questions out there. Don't be shy. That's right, Arsenault. Green, green, green. Everybody's green. And of course, you know, we had a nice little gap up today. No big surprise there, not only in the SPY, but just about every major indice as well. Birds of a feather and all that good stuff. Just haven't had that, you know, continuation. But the day is not done yet. And, you know, while we're looking at the weekly over here, you know, we're right above this little line here. So this little area right here, if I drag this line, you know, that looks like it's in play. Maybe we'll catch up to the Q. And the AI not doing too shabby. If we take a look at all the trades here, no stop outs whatsoever. Of course, 3 of the trades have already been closed out due to a timed exit. We got a reduced risk here on VIR. And this short play right here, we can see it got pretty close to stopping us out and just kind of hanging out up here. Will it regress back down to the original entry signal? That's always a chance. Profit save on the NIU. And just to kind of make sense of all the numbers that I have right here, in case anybody's wondering, I've got my AI trade options set at $100 risk per trade. Okay, so basically risking $100 per trade if the stop out occurs and letting the system size me accordingly to fit that parameter here. And while we're waiting for some questions to come in, I'll go ahead and get my EpiPen out in case I need to do a little marky here. Well, I think I got it. Where are you hiding at? There we go. All right, so let's kind of focus over here. And over here, I mean, we're looking at moderate profit over here, showing $376.01 based on that $100 per risk parameter that I've got folded in there. Now, I've also been running, and I've gotten into the habit of doing this just about every day, just so I can see how things are working if I was automating Holly in paper mode here. And as you can see, I'm not up quite as much as moderate profit is showing here, and predominantly because MLHR on the short side right here, I covered half and set the remainder to break even, so I didn't get everything that we're seeing right here. If I would have taken a little bit more risk, then my total would be closer to what we're seeing over here in moderate profit. But as you can see, I'm off about 140 bucks over here because I closed this out early. And I also closed out half of NLS early as well. So from my viewpoint, not the most timely exit, but we're letting the rest run. And this is what we talk about a lot in the office hours webinar, which is later today at 5 p.m. Eastern. So you might want to join us for that webinar as well. What I do when I close these out, I take half when Holly is exiting, and we can see over here on the MLHR that was a timed exit. So when I saw Holly flash with that timed exit, I'm thinking to myself, you know what? I'm going to close out half. Then once I did that, I just right-clicked and I modified that stop order and just moved it to break even. So MLHR looks like it's cruising on down. But worst case scenario here, let's say it did bounce all the way back up, hit that flat area, I would flat the second lot, but I've still locked in profit on the first half. Hopefully it keeps going. Looks like we might have just a little bit more room over here as I consult the weekly longer term play. If we just kind of put a line right there, going back to this prior week back here, we got just a little bit more room, maybe down to 2150-ish or so. So we'll see if it goes and tickles that area and then see how it reacts if it does do that. SIXD, what do we got going on over there? Wow. Heck of a week. Let's pop it over to the daily here. Of course, I'm not getting anything on my intraday chart here. More than likely because this one is a pink sheet, as we can see right here in my single stock window. Pink. Getting some long-term data, but nothing on the intraday. But that is a heck of a move there. If you got a piece of that one, congratulations. And things are quieting down just a little bit. As we can see, the tracking ETFs kind of going to sleep now. Going to sleep in a range, and also going to sleep as far as volume on the smaller time frames go. See right here we've got 30% of normal on the 1 minute, 64% of normal on the 5, about 64% on the 10, and of course relative volume a little lackluster today, coming in at 0.72, where 1 would be on pace for normal volume. And that's pretty much the case with all these guys over here, with the exception of that TMF down there, which is an inverse to the bonds. Or actually, got that backwards. TMV is the inverse. TMF is the long version of the TLT that you see right here. All right, got a question coming in here from Debbie. Is there any way to tell Brokerage Plus that you want the buttons to be limit orders if you try to flatten or double? Right, there's no way to program those the buttons, Deb, over here. That might be an option that we add in the future, but yeah, these buttons are always going to use market. So if you're going to use these buttons, it's best that you kind of take a glimpse, see what that level 1 bid and offer is before you hit the button. Otherwise, you can use the other limit out functionality to put in an exact price there. But right now, these buttons are not programmable. Auto trade. Yeah, Dorian. Okay, let me make sure I understand the question here. Now, are you referring to in live mode or in paper mode, Dorian? Because if it's live mode, I can send you the document or the video which explains how to get everything set up there. Okay, easy enough. All right, so notice I'm also connected in paper trading right now, simulated, I should say. So we just pop over here to the Holly AI tab, and you can see mine are on. So, obviously when you first boot up the software, you're going to notice that these are all turned off over here. Okay, so all we do is highlight, drag, and then we right click and we enable the strategies. If I wanted to disable them, I'd come down here and select this, but obviously I don't want to do that in the middle of the session. So enabling is obviously necessary, but we first have to set up the trading instructions. And if we just right click in the field right here, you can see we've got different options for the long trading instructions and the short trading instructions, as well as re-entries if we want to activate re-entries. So let's just first focus on setting up the long trading instructions. And here we have the panel that we can set up these instructions here. So first and foremost, we want to select our risk mode or our AI trade mode right here. And you can see conservative, moderate, and best of conservative or moderate are the options here. Now, of course, this is a personal preference. If you're comfortable with the AI's exits, you can run in conservative mode. You can see I've selected moderate mode because pretty much puts the stop loss in for you, and then I can interact with the system and make exits. Of course, I've made a couple of exits today which weren't the best, but hey, sometimes we're right on taking half, sometimes we're wrong, but enough of that. Position sizing right here, you can see I've got this coinciding with the way that I have my AI trade panel showing up based on stop loss and $100 per trade risk. Of course, the other options are a fixed number of shares, fixed number of dollars, like put 2,000, 5,000 into every position. But I'm functioning based on stop loss here. Now, next, what kind of orders are we going to send out? And of course, we all know that we could run market orders if that's what we wanted to do. Give me 1 second here. But we have certain risks associated with market orders. Mainly, if it's a fast-moving stock, we might take a larger amount of slippage than we would like to, or we might end up, hitting a stock with a large spread, which works against us as well. So if we want to get all the fills, we can certainly do that by using markets. If we use limits, depending on how aggressive our delta is, we can, get most of our fills. Okay, but anytime we're using a limit, even if it's with an aggressive delta, we still run the risk of not getting the fill if it's a fast-moving stock. So if I just used the alert price as a limit, then most of the time that stock would have to back up and fill me, which happens sometimes. But you can see right here, I'm using a limit with a limit offset, in other words, a delta of -8. So what that does is it takes the price at which the signal came in, and it's going to increase that price by 8 cents and put my bid out if it's long, or put my offer out 8 cents lower if it's a short. And most of the times this gets a fill. If the spread's smaller than 8 cents, it just hits the offer. But even sometimes with an aggressive delta of -8 cents, if it's a fast-moving stock, we do run the risk of not getting filled. Now, down here at the very bottom, our time in force, right? How long do we want that order to stay out there? And you can see I've got mine set at 5 minutes. If after 5 minutes no fill has been achieved, it's just going to cancel the order. All right, so pretty straightforward with the trading instructions, and then you would want to go back and set up your short trading instructions. It's going to work the exact same way. I'm using a -8 delta on that as well, but obviously we're going short here as opposed to long. Now you can have different trading instructions for longs and shorts if that's what you would like to do. Mine are pretty much the same. So Dorian, that's how you get everything set up, and then once you set up your trading instructions, it's always a good idea to go back and save your default layout. so that all of these things stick and you don't have to, resubmit those instructions each and every time. Also a good idea, once you kind of get your AI panel and your just Brokerage Plus panel in general set up, give it a right click, tell it to save as default. That way when you're looking at all your positions and you've got all your columns set up as well, they're going to come back up each and every time just like you left them. So Dorian, let me know if I need to rehash anything that I just talked about as far as setting up the Holly AI strategies. Be happy to go back over if you need to. So Debbie, when you're talking about you couldn't get B+ to find group names, what exactly are you referring to when you're talking about group names? Are you talking about sectors? Because we have a pretty limited option for columns here in Brokerage Plus. Now, if my assumption was right and you're talking about if group names are sectors, you can see here we don't have sectors available. Or do we have SEC type here? I don't even know what that's going to show me. Okay, that is not sector. That's just telling me that this is a stock. Maybe that's advisors group. Right now you do have the option to, view different accounts. You can always flip to different accounts within a live IB account, but there's no way to group them collectively. Yeah, Dorian, I'll find that video for you real quick here. Okay, Dorian, here's the link showing how to set up simulated and live trading with IB and Brokerage Plus in that video that Michael Noss has put together. It's pretty thorough. MLHR kind of just taking a little breather here. It's going to be interesting to see what happens on the MLHR once this 10 period here comes into play. No problem, Dorian. Alrighty here. And all my windows seem to have gone to sleep. Taking a little nap. Here's one that's been strong as of late. Yandex. 1, 2, 3 days and finally popping to all-time highs. Notice what's happening here, taking that little pullback right down to the 10 period here. Now volume's not just crushing in the index today, but it's a good 40% above normal at current pace. And a pretty large market cap, 14 billion with about almost 300 million shares in the float. So the index definitely getting some play today. It's going to pull my IPO list over here. Some of these guys are starting to get some chops again, these younger stocks that haven't been out for too long. This is one that I've been stalking. AZEK, of course. Yeah, volume's not too bad. 280,000 shares. Spread's not too bad. Only 4 cents. Just waiting to see what this little guy does once he breaks above there. And not kind of like the action today, pulling back to the 10 period on the daily. Coiling up over here on the 15-minute. Might not be a bad little entry here. Potential on AZEK. Get a little early so that if we do crack back up to these highs, that'd be a nice little contrarian fill there. I have to watch it and see what happens the rest of the day. Now, I had another one that was similar but a lot thinner. Let me see if I can find it here. There we go. Oh yeah, this is the one that's too thin. A little too thin for my blood here. It's cranked out 6,800 shares and has a pretty substantial spread. You know, this is a classic example of one that I was talking about when we're trying to decide order entry types. You know, here we have an $11 stock with a 15-cent spread, and if we ran a market, we'd be paying that 45 cents. All right, ladies and gentlemen, questions panel is open, and we've got a nice little crowd in here, so if you've been sitting on a question, that'd be a pretty good time. Here's a pretty interesting one as well, UCL, but it's a little thin as well. 6,000 shares and a whopping 30-cent spread on a $15 stock, so we'll have to say no thank you. And typically what I'll do is I'll focus on the ones that have decent volume in order to avoid these pitfalls. Here is the Tesla competitor making electric vehicles and have chosen the nifty name NKLA for Nikola Tesla. Having its little day in the sun not too long ago and kind of coming back down to reality here. All right, Michael, see your question there. Can you speak a little bit about how the Alpha Predator strategy is set up? Yeah, and that's a blast from the past. Alpha Predator's been around for a long time. And I'll tell you what, let me save my layout because I've marked up a few charts today. And actually, I don't want to disconnect my Brokerage Plus by flopping layouts here. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. This should be the same window. Alpha Predator is a top list window. And if this configuration here, Michael, differs from what we're seeing over here in the Alpha Predator channel, let me know, and I'll go ahead and flip it over there, and hopefully I don't think my Brokerage Plus, it should stay connected. So let me know if this one's completely different. This one might be a little dated. So let's just take a look at the guts here. Number one, we've got minimum price of 50 cents. No rocket science going on there. But I believe here we've got only 25 million shares as a maximum in the float. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So we're capping the size of the float at 25 million shares. Now, what does that really mean? That means we're going after low floaters, okay? 20, 25 million, that's typically what, well, all of us around here would consider a low float on a stock. Hey, look, Nikola, the one we were just looking at. Look at the number of shares right here. 24.95 million. So that would kind of fit the criteria here. And the premise behind that is the less available public shares for trading when buying or sell pressure does come in with volume, these things tend to move a lot more than a stock with a larger float because there's less shares available to go around. So that's what's going on with the float there. As far as change from the prior close, it has to be up 20 cents or 0.2% from the prior close. Has to be up 0.2% in the prior 5-minute candle. Has to be in the upper 70th percentile of its range for the day thus far. That's what the D right here, position and range, stands for. And it's had to have kicked out at least 100,000 shares to let us know that there is some life to the stock today. Now the change in 5 days just has to be up another 0.1%. So these are all very minimal settings for these filters. And then we have to be experiencing large volume to the tune of at least 2.5%, or excuse me, 2.5 times normal in the prior 5-minute candle. That's what this 250 means here. These are percentage value filters, so a value of 100 would indicate normal volume. And what do we got on the list today so far? AYRO, having a nice little day, opening higher and heading higher. Now check out the relative volume here. This is definitely in play today. Relative volume of 121 thus far. When this little guy usually kicks out an average of 2.65 million on the day. And boy, look at the float here. We've only got 5 million shares in the float. So that's a uber low floater when we're talking about low float typically being, 20, 25 million shares in the float. And of course, we could see that right here as the list indicates. All right, let's take a look at a couple more of these. UMRX, also enjoying a nice day, opening higher, running from 70 cents all the way up to $1.93. Now, wow, what a percentage move on this stock today. Where did we open here? Let's see. Yeah, we opened right here at 70 cents. Wow. And of course, where do we close? On Thursday, we closed at 44 cents. We opened at 70, ran all the way up to almost $2 today. So those are two good ones. CSSE got to open right here at $7.30, and boom, almost all the way up to $9. NETE, more of the same. When you see a stock like this in play, maybe you got it early, maybe you didn't, but a lot of the times they'll set up for another entry, take a little pullback here, not quite down to the 10 period before it starts to head back up. We got a nice little range break there as a secondary entry. Let's see if we got the same. Not so pretty on UMRX. A nice move, but not really a whole lot of time for a second entry. Got the same type of action right here in the AYRO. Come on. Eyes are playing tricks today. HMI. Boy, this thing's not all-time highs, but my eyes are drawn to this area way back here from January. Looking like it might run out of steam there. SLRX just showed up on the list. Not quite as pretty as the others, but getting some pretty decent price action in there. So all in all, Michael, Alpha Predator is showing you low float stocks that are in play via volume. And, these are the things that typically have great upside potential when the volume comes in. So hopefully that illuminates that window a little bit for you. If you have any specific questions or anything that I failed to mention about the window, just go ahead and let me know. Chicken soup for the soul. How cute. And of course, they're a media company. I've noticed a lot of these small media companies taking huge rips as of late. All right, another question about B plus. Absolutely, Ghetto Sam. I will, if you look up in the chat about 3 clicks, you'll see I dropped the video in there, but I'll just drop it in there again for you. And if you click on that video, you will get the Brokerage Plus setup window. And I clicked on that. It seems to have taken over my chat window here. How do I go back? Interesting. Well, that's not it. Give me a second here while I grapple with my... We'll just kill my chat panel then. Repop it out. There we go. All right, just making sure that link is in there, Sam. So, yep, there it is. Click on it. It'll show you how to set up in paper mode, simulation, and live mode as well. No problem. Just take a glance at all the momentum stocks today. Let's see how packed this list is. Ooh, that is really packed. Notice this top list here, and notice all of these green full bars here, okay? And notice the title of this column, position in 20-day range. So, for example, IRDM is just a hair away from being the highest that it's been in 20 days. It's got a little bit of room to go, just like these other stocks. But when we see the full green here, these stocks have punched through their 20-day range and are setting new 20-day highs. And that's a lot of them today. And if we look at these on the daily, they're all going to be significantly at least 2% above the green line on the daily, which is the 10-period moving average. So if you can find these early in the day, a lot of the times you'll notice over here on the intraday, they have nice, smooth up moves, okay? Staying well above the 10-period on the 15-minute intraday chart here. And of course, you know, some of them are going to come back, but this is always a nice little level to pay attention to. Interestingly enough, as far as pullbacks go, you know, we had this significant gap up today. We closed on the SPYs, 312.19. We opened 316. So that's a good 4-point gap on the SPY. Had pretty good opening metrics on my compare count windows, nice and green, but it's hard to chase anything once we have that big of a gap up. We did take a little spike up in the about 45 minutes in, but you can see here, just been kind of meandering in this range, never really getting back down for a good back and fill down to the 10-period. The Dow came close, but even it couldn't quite get down to the 10-period. I was stalking the small exchange product as well. Even it, which is a little bit more loosey-goosey sometimes, even it couldn't get back down to the 10-period today. So as far as a market directional trade, days like today, it's just like, okay, well, just didn't feel right. Didn't want to chase. Didn't come back as far as I wanted it to on the back and fill. So non-event today on the market directional trade. So Deb, the question is, what channel am I on? I'm not on any channel. This is just part of my default layout that I watch on a daily basis. Now, of course, I could use the custom channel clicker up here. Technically, that is my channel, you know, that we can attach a default layout to. But this is just part of my default layout. And it's even getting quieter as we start to see these smaller time frame values sink even lower and lower. The top list. Yes. This is what I call pin the 10, showing me stocks that are in play with some momentum behind them. If you'd like it, I can go ahead and drop it into the chat window here. Just going to take a look at some of these that are getting close to busting out of their 20 period range here. Interesting daily that we're putting in here on the ATNX. Notice how it pivoted all the way down to the 10 period. 10 period act as the trampoline, and boom. So if this little guy closes strong, that's definitely going to be a sign of strength there on the ATNX. No problem, Deb. Momo kind of getting the sandwich here between the 50 period and the 20 period there. Okay, Dorian, so what you said is you got everything squared away, you're just not getting any trades yet, and the last trade, as you can see here, yeah, see, the last trade for Holly was this guy right over here at 9:30 Central Standard Time. Okay, so there have not been any trades. If you weren't connected, it's not going to back and fill all the trades in. It's going to be in real time. Okay, so there hasn't been a trade from Holly in a little over 2 hours. So no big surprise that you haven't had anything come through there. Now, having said that, that doesn't mean that another trade might not pop in. If any of these strategies down here match up and we get the signal, then I would think that Holly might make another trade today. Of course, there's no guarantees, but the last trade was about 2 hours and 5 minutes ago. Right. Once you get it all set up pre-market and have it running before the market opens, you should be good to go, and you should see everything pop in as you would expect. All right, Kumar, do you have a channel or setup for shorting oversold stocks? Okay, so shorting oversold stocks, not overbought. Okay. Well, let's just take a look here at the channel list here. There's a lot of different ways to skin the cat here. I know we've redone some of the channels as of late, but let me just scan through here. Oversold stocks. Let me make sure I'm reading that correctly. A channel or a setup for shorting oversold stocks. There's not necessarily a channel for that, okay? But for example, this window right here might, let's see, what was I looking at earlier? Now, of course, this is an ETF, the FANG Index Inverse, which no big surprise to see it, heading towards the abyss because the FANG stocks are all going up significantly. So this is one that's going to go down when they go up. COOR, one could make the case that Core Energy, look at where we are. If I put this one on weekly, we're definitely circling the drain here. Looks like, this stock used to live up at $235 a share and has been beaten down to $8. Now, if we focus back here in 2016, we're now below those levels right there. So this definitely fits the bill of an oversold stock. Now, does it have more room in it? Well, today it's breaking that level and heading lower. So I don't know if that's what you had in mind, oversold on what time frame. But there's a lot of different ways that we could configure a window This one's looking at stocks at all-time lows, okay? And then of course, if we see something hitting all-time lows, well then a lot of the times it helps to have a nice cozy entry on the intraday time frame. We see the setup on the longer term time frame. We see a decent setup on the intraday time frame that can give us a nice warm snuggly entry. For example, just playing the range break here, either from the candle bodies, or if you're a stickler, we have to include the wick as well. But if you got short here, your risk is clearly in play here. If I shorted the candle bodies right here, I'd probably use right up here as a stop loss. A lot of people think that shorting stocks in the whole is very risky. Well, it all depends on what's happening on the intraday, and can you contain or assess your risk on the intraday. If we shorted the 822 level and we're risking 11 cents for the prior 15-minute candle, not including the entry candle right here, I don't think 11 cents is an excessive risk up here, right? Also got the 10 period coming into play. Okay, so now I see. Okay, so you meant overbought, Kumar, not oversold. I was kind of, I was like, well, okay. If he wants to short oversold stocks, so be it. But now you're saying overbought. Okay, yeah, definitely a lot of ways to skin that cat as well. It really depends on your definition of overbought. That's gonna differ from person to person. So I tell you what, let's pick a time frame and an amount. The stock has to have done what? Does it have to be up so much in a day? Up so much in 2 hours? 1 hour? Are we talking about an intraday play or a swing trade or kind of a swing scalp hybrid? Intraday RSI around 70. Okay, let's do this. Let's just pull up a top list. And my default, oops, I forgot that I changed that. So give me a second here. It used to be my volume radar, but now it is not. We'll just pull up this list right here. So all of these stocks are going to have some decent volume pumping through with some very minimal filtering characteristics here. 5 and 150, min-max, 500,000 shares on the daily. So pretty loosey-goosey filters. And then if we want to, okay, intraday RSI, we've got several different time frames. Okay, so Kumar, any particular intraday time frame? You want 60, 15 minute? And Michael, I see your question here. I'll circle back around to it in a second. So Kumar, once again, okay, 15 minute, no problem. Okay, so around 70, so we'll add that filter. We'll go ahead and qualify it with 70 in the min. We'll make sure that we show the column as well. Yeah, there goes solo, as Otto just pointed out. Look at this guy. He's gonna make a stretch. We'll see. Notice how we're butting up perfectly with this little area back here from 322. So that seems to be the magic level. If we get above this line right here, 526 with some steam, well, then we might get up a little bit further. This one's definitely in play with some decent volume. 10.4 on the relative, so interesting there. And now we have our column installed here. And we can sort by this guy. Okay, so now you're going to have a lot of stocks to look at. I tell you what, I'm going to resort by relative volume because we're going to have high relative volume coinciding with extremely high 15-minute RSI levels here as well. Okay, so once you get this list going, you're going to have plenty of candidates here. So what metric do we want to focus on here? That's the other part of the equation. We could just cycle through all of these stocks, and we're immediately going to see some that we just don't really want to have anything to do with. When I see something like this and all the gaps and all the spottiness, I kind of shy away from it, even though it's got that really high relative volume number kicking right here. You can see the stock is just kind of sleeping, and we're hanging out around this little area that could act as support there. So when we're looking at these, Kumar, it would make sense that we want to have some room if the stock does decide to take a little bit of a breather there. Hey, no big surprise there. There's the one Otto just pointed out, Solo. Another stock that comes to mind is the one that we've been in our little TI fund here. Not too long ago. When you see things like this is what people dream of when they're shorting a stock that's overbought, so to speak. And you can see on this one, man, $10 it capitulated and went all the way back down to 3 and change. Of course, they're not all going to do this. It depends on what it looked like on the intraday when you made that entry there. So Kumar, getting back around to your initial question here. We could always tighten this up with some more filtering. But in my opinion, having a lot of stocks to peruse the charts and eyeball them is probably a good thing, especially when you're talking about shorting overbought stocks. It's contrarian in this market because the market is very strong, but we do have stocks going down in up markets, just like we have stocks going up and down markets. This one's kind of interesting as well. But man, when we're trying to figure out where this guy might stop, I mean, your guess is as good as mine. But if you see something and you want to take a stab at it, like NIO, it's up pretty big over the past couple of days. And what are we at up here? 1228. We're closing 15-minute candles now for, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 15-minute candles in a row. So when you're trying to assess which ones might back off, it's, we can rely on the chart, but just because we think it might do that doesn't necessarily, guarantee that. But when we start to see these closing candles on the 15-minute time frame, all below the 10 period, that is a good sign that momentum might be dying off and that sellers might be controlling the stock now. So it's always going to come back to, okay, I see this stock NIO. What is our current reading? We're at 70.4 on the 15-minute RSI. How's volume looking? Well, we're at 4.14. So therein lies kind of one of the conundrums. If you're shorting a stock that appears to be overbought and the volume is high, well, it's going to be a slippery slope. So really all you can do is pick your spots on the daily at levels that might act as potential resistance. And, if it's setting up nicely, like for all practical purposes, depending on your risk tolerance and your time frame, we could always get short on this one and risk less than a point, 11.57 to the high of the day. That'd be 12.28. That's 70, 80 cents or so, in hopes that this one backs off a little bit. Of course, when you're shorting stocks of this nature and you're holding overnight, you're always going to be susceptible to that overnight gap as well. Okay, so you were just talking about the underlying filter criteria here, which is pretty simple. We added your 15-minute RSI with the 70, but before that, minimum price 5, maximum price 150, and average daily volume over the 5-day period, 500,000. Really loosey-goosey filtering because I'm really concentrating. I've got my default sort and gradient set up by relative volume. Okay, so when I'm looking for high volume stocks, I just start perusing this list and then checking out, what's happening on the intraday and the daily. Of course, we've got 5-minute, 10-minute volume displayed here as well. And just keep in mind, 100 is normal volume on these smaller time frames. So Solo is breaking out, and it's still doing 7 times normal on the 5-minute volume level. Okay, Sam, so you're asking about HOFV. It opened last week. Is it a new issue? Okay, so yeah, notice my daily chart only has, this is day number 2. So this first day, obviously this guy IPO'd on Thursday. Where do we open at? 1074. Closed out the day at 9:30 and is continuing to go down. So this was a merger, I guess. So they merged it and it started trading on Thursday. Well, since we only have a couple of days worth of data here, if we look, okay, so VW switched to V. Okay. Looks like these are just 2 different types of common. Hall of Fame Resort and Entertainment. We can see this one's done 823. And this one's traded 641 today. So these are 2 independent common shares for this company. Now, I don't know if this was an IPO or a repackaged deal, but since we only have 2 days to work with here, the first day, not really any setup. Of course, if you're a opening range break trader, an orb guy or gal, you could have shorted it right here and it would have been a nice trade, but there's not a lot of data to go off of right here. Of course, we could have shorted the low right here as we crossed that level here. That would have been a pretty good short entry right there from 852 down to 750, assuming this was even borrowable at broker dealers. But we're limited with the amount of data that we have, so all we can do is try to make sense out of the 2 days that it's traded thus far, and based on the intraday momentum, whether that's to the upside or downside, and volume, that's really, right, warrants. Okay, man, that reminds me of the olden days when me and some of the other fellas here at Trade Ideas just started trading. Back in the mid-90s, we traded Intel warrants all the time, which are no longer in existence. They were INTCW, which you can see is not pulling up anything. But yeah, a lot of these lower cap companies, they like to issue warrants as well. And that's what we have going on here. $1.50 versus $7.50 for the common. Yeah, I just haven't seen any W at the end of any symbols in a long time. But yeah, you're right. Typically, a W indicates warrants. Gives you it's kind of like an option. Gives you the option to buy the common at a certain price. All right, so Michael, let me circle back around to your question before it scrolls off the screen here. You were asking if I have any favorite or are there any most successful strategies out there? Well, as far as there being a certain strategy out there that always works, no, not necessarily, because we're always at the mercy of market conditions, right? Now, having said that, Holly is always bringing us the best statistical probability. Okay, the AI, that's what it's designed to do. It's designed to show us entries that have the best statistical probability. But of course, we're always going to be at the mercy of the general direction of the market. Okay, so even though statistical probability is a really great thing to have, and math and all that good stuff, it's certainly no guarantee. So, we've got statistical probability, and then we've got our chart reading abilities, which I'm okay at reading charts. I'm certainly not the best, But when it comes to intraday plays, I am a big proponent of simple is better. All right. See if we can see a couple today, like opening range breaks. If we pop into configure in the alert window and we just go type in open, you'll see we've got opening range breaks. Everything from 1 minute, the largest one we have is 60-minute opening range breaks, opening range breakdowns. Okay, just simple ORBs is what we call them. Orbs to the upside, orbs to the downside. So I just pulled up a stock at random here. FSLR. If we mark off the low right here, and we mark off the high, what happened after that initial high was put in? Well, we all know stocks take pullbacks. FSLR looking pretty strong, looking like it might want to make a run up to this next area that could potentially act as supply or resistance. But here we are, right? Took its little pullback, and then what did it do? Slowly creeps back up. So once we have the high and the low marked off, stock goes to sleep, trades in its range. Over a 45-hour minute period, it creeps back up to that level. And this little hammer, kind of red hammer wiki candle right here, well, what happens? We break out of this little area right here, okay? We broke above that level. That's technically an opening range break, even though it didn't happen until about an hour and 45 minutes into the open. So remember, our longest time frame on opening range breakouts is 60 minutes. But there are plenty that are occurring after that 60-minute period, but we have to find a way to monitor them on our own. And that's really what this window right here is doing. It's looking at stocks hitting a new high with some accelerated 1-minute volume behind it. Bigger cap stocks. Notice I'm foregoing the traditional volume metrics like average daily volume and just using a market cap of 4 billion. And that typically ensures the stocks are going to be big caps, small spreads, fairly liquid. And I'm saying as those new highs are being hit, we have to be experiencing at least 3 times normal 1-minute volume, giving us that additional volume kick here. So could have easily taken along an FSLR as that high was broken right there. And my general rule of thumb here is if we saw it come down here and snap back up and we took an entry right about here as the break was occurring around 52.10 or so, then to establish our risk preference, I typically look at the prior 15-minute candle, not including the entry candle, and take the low of that candle as my risk tolerance. So we had the wick, comes back up here and breaks. That would have been our risk area right there. And currently, starting to put in a pretty good risk to reward difference there. So that's a really good example of a simple range break. Doesn't take a whole lot of metrics, a whole lot of studies on your screen. Just waiting for things to break that really aren't all stretched out. Now let's find one. For example, this one, it fits the pattern, but there was a lot of energy expenditure getting up to that level. Typically don't like to see that much, but it appears that this one is still doing okay. Let's find one that, okay, here's another decent one right here on rare. And it's just waiting for these setups to occur. You know, you might have to filter through 5, 10, 15 stocks before you find one that's setting up just right. So for example, if I wasn't paying attention and I missed this really good entry right here, and then later on, 30 minutes later, I see it hitting highs up here, well, this is too late up here, all right? We wanted that nice clean break, a little bit of consolidation in there, and then a pop, because see how little energy expenditure we had from this candle up to the next one? We're not all stretched out, okay? So a nice clean break, never pulled back, small risk we could have taken right there. So these are some of my favorite intraday plays because of the simplicity of the pattern. And we can look for the same type of play on the short side. Nice little setup right here in this PSXP. Clearly sellers on the open for the first 45 minutes, but we know that if there's really a seller in there, they can't just keep hammering away with market orders. So clear sellers in this stock today, and then the seller takes a break for looks like about 45 minutes here. So we get this nice tight little consolidation area, and then lo and behold, we hit a new low, we pull it up and go, that looks really good. So we could have stayed in with this prior 15-minute candle high, or even bumped it up to this area right here, which the eyes are naturally drawn to. So you got a real small risk area, never even acted like it was going to stop you out, and some really nice follow through on this PSXP to the downside. So Mike, that's typically what I look for, the simple opening range break patterns for intraday action. And of course, once we consult the daily, we can identify areas of potential support in case we want to turn this into a swing trade. A lot of the times that's a good idea. If we get in the money all nice and good before the close and this thing never really jerks back to the upside for us, well, it's kind of a real congested area right here. But if we did close below this line today, well, we just have to start looking at some of these other wicks on the candles to potentially, predict where we might be headed there. But just from a trade standpoint in general, you got a really good reward for a small risk already. So whether you book that profit at the end of the day or hold it overnight is another matter. Okay, so Michael, now let me get back down here. Just catching up on Sam's input here. All right. And Michael, there are pre-configured orbs. The only issue is once we get past the 60-minute orb, that's the extent to which the orbs go. So keep in mind, after the first hour, there are a lot of these setups as well. The reason I like to watch new high and new low is because once we have that downside movement and then we start going sideways here, we can't move lower unless we break a new low, right? So once we're in this little channel right here, the only way we can get out is to punch a new low. So, that's why if you're using these tickers to find these types of plays, it's all about timing, okay? Because sometimes you're going to catch them just as they're breaching, right? So ideally, this area right here was the cherry spot to execute a short sell in PSXP, right? Heck, you could have even taken the bottom of that candle and still have been good here. But you want to get it as close to that break point as you can. The closer, the better. Because sometimes they do throw little wiggles, and sometimes these things do not work. But what I like about them is when you find them like this, the risk is so small. If you do get punched out, it's a very small loss. But if it works like this PSXP did, the risk to reward ratio is very much in line. Because you could probably cram that risk area at least 5 times into this area right here, 4 times, 5 times, and that's what we want. We always want to make multiples of R, which is our risk, 2R, 3R, 4R. The more R, the merrier. So based on, how you like your filter settings, Michael, we could always just, well, I'll tell you what, let's do it to the downside one here. Let me just do a little time check here. Oh, well, guys, I just realized it's 3 minutes past the hour, and I'm only supposed to be here till the top of the hour, so I bet Barry's ready to take over again. Right, so put your filter set in place, Michael. Go attach the orb alerts and see what is spit out there. And, play around with it, put your filters in place, go check the history, so forth and so on. Give me 1 second here. See if Barry is streaming yet. Just waiting to hear back from the head honcho, Barry. No problem, guys. Glad to be of assistance. Glad you guys could make it. Just waiting for the handoff here. Back to Barry. He says he's streaming. Okay, ladies and gents, so I'm going to sign off now. And remember, today is office hours, so if you attend, I'll see you in there, 5 p.m. Eastern.
All right, Jamie, it looks like you were out of the YouTube feed. Excuse me, am I back in the YouTube feed? Just in time for me to do my video. So I have to do my video now, guys. So, and at 2 o'clock, I have the monthly development meeting. So I'll be in the monthly development meeting starting at 2 o'clock Eastern. Okay. All right, guys. So, well, just in time for me to do my video. So doing the video. Should be back certainly no later than 1:30. Okay, guys. So I'll put myself on mute now and say I'll see you around 1:30. Well, I am now back and look at that solo. Oh, solo mio. Look at this solo. Just is on this. Look at this candle here for the daily chart. I mean, we're starting getting into this territory. I'm going to back this out on the monthly chart just to see. It did get as high as $16. This is back in 2017. Not shortable for me. Not that I want to, but it is not shortable for me. I'm afraid to look at blue. Oh my goodness, great move off 3. Great move. Wow. Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens with this one tomorrow. I mean, was this just a tremendous overreaction? I mean, they had negative late stage data. Hard to recover from that, but and meanwhile, did it move already? I was kind of hoping it would wait a bit. Look at the volume though. It's not great volume, okay? I'm not saying it's not going to move, but you'd like to see a little more volume. It looks a little bit better on the 5-minute chart. And it just resumed. UMR, wow, it just resumed UMRX. All right, guys, I'm gonna clear this now. I'm gonna bring this one down here. Okay, give me one moment. Meanwhile, unbelievable. Now the volume came in. You see that volume bar now on that on the 5 and on the 15. It's starting to come in, and of course this volume bar on the 15-minute chart still has 8 minutes to go. So now the volume is really starting to pour into UMRX. What did they do anyway? Completes. Okay, so they bought KIQ and they inked $104 million capital raise. All right, and it's a low float. Well, let's see what happens with this one going forward tomorrow. KIQ must have been a private company. I mean, talk about a sleepy little stock sitting at 44 cents, under a dollar for days and days and days, probably weeks, months. I mean, this was at one point, I mean, a $17 stock a long time ago. When was this? That's, you know, I mean, it's less than 2 years ago, and it just fell on horrible times. Okay, now be careful, yeah, with that AYRO. Now, so if you, there was that green bar right there, this could turn into a green bar ignored, especially if that red candle goes below, say, $5. All right, IntelliCheck, IDN. Woo, look at this one. It's got interesting room to $10. Not saying it's going to get there, but look at the room it's got, and it's a, yeah, it's a low float situation. Decent volume, 3 times normal. But look at the volume coming into IDN. Can tell so much about things. I mean, you know, the volume coming in. Oh, and there it is too. IDN 835. Okay, let's see if it. Oh yeah, I mean, look. Well, the weekly break too. I mean, look, it's the same thing. Look at that weekly break. That's all this daily stuff right there. Look at that weekly break. Has room. Well, there was no real. I didn't say there was an alert for AYRO. I mean, you know, it was just bouncing off the lows, and you know how far could it go? I'm still worried that 475 will be a bit of a magnet, that financing price. Yeah, halted again. Look at the volume, 2.55 million. I mean, that's. Look at the volume for IDN on that 15, 136,000. I mean, it's basically about a third of the volume of the day, right on that right on that bar right there, guys. Now, you would think this is horribly extended. Let's just see. There's actually, believe it or not, that is a red bar ignored for solo. Right there. There's that 5 minute. There's the uptrend. the pause in the trend, this red candle, totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle green, trend continues. Does it happen all the time? Of course not, but that's the principle. Trend, pause in the trend, trend continues. Yeah, that'd be for somebody else. I mean, look, solo, when I look at solo, look at the monthly chart looking left. I mean, there's a high there. Whether that's a target that could stall it, 677. I mean, it's pretty extended, but I mean, there's a 673. But again, I don't want to say this is a target, but there's an area where it could stall. Let's take a look at it on the weekly chart. Probably going to look kind of the same. Yeah. So I don't know if you want to consider that a target, but that'd be an area of maybe concern that it would not get through. Not that any one of the today's has really stopped it. How does it look like to you? How does it look like to you? I mean, it's been beaten up, bad data. It's trying to come back. I mean, if this were, 4 days from now and it's trying to crawl back, then maybe it'd be a little bit better. But how does it look to you? I mean, it's got lots of room, of course. But for all the reasons why it, dropped 70%, they're still in place. So this could just be a momentary bounce. Meanwhile, UMRX just resumed. All right, definitely watching IDN right here. See if it, excuse me, holds this area and continues a bit. Just give me a moment here. Boy, I really discounted this one way down here when it was underneath $1. Thought, yeah, right. Boy, oh boy, UMRX, what a run. Oh, UMRX. Well, okay, you can start off on the channel bar, all right? New member, you can start off on the channel bar, new channel bar. Everything is a layout here, so I don't know if you have a layout already. Make sure you save it to the cloud. But you can start looking at the different themes. Earnings theme, account builder, pre-market. You can start looking at the different themes. We've created these channels for you. I am sharing a lot of scans. The other thing, what I would do is absolutely take a look at the 20 videos here. They're short, they're very short. Just 1 second, please. You might want to do this, okay? At least it'll show you how you can create an alert window and a top list window and things like that. So you can start off there. I'm also sharing a lot of scans. Also, it depends. You say you're a new member. Are you new to trading completely? If you're new to trading completely, I would encourage you also to watch these videos. Okay, the TRI training, and when you click on that link, take a look at our Back to Basics webinars, okay? Brand new to the market. All right, guys, watching the IDN, a little bottoming tail, topping tail, little indecision right now. Let's see if it pops up through there. I may take that trade. Well, let's see if that volume really meant anything. I mean, it did obviously. I mean, it went from 806 all the way up to 843. We just need some continuation for IDN. The alert was at 838 in both, 835, 838. So, yeah, it just got halted on the way down. Yep. How many halts is that for it? What, 10 halts today? Give me another minute, please. All right, guys, getting very, very, very close to getting into this IDN. IDN. Don't expect a huge amount. I mean, well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, on the monthly chart, the next high looking left is 1057 is not going to do that today. 906 though on that weekly chart, so it has 50 cents or so. All right, LiveX, LIVX, LIVX. What sort of room does it have? So if you look at the weekly chart, looking left, the next high But what year was this? This was back about a year ago, almost a year ago, little over a year ago. That's when the last highs were 460. It's almost there now. Come on back. Okay, see, there no volume came in. The alert at 1:35, so that's 3 minutes ago. So no volume came in though. Want to see when we get these alerts? What we want to see is volume too, a big volume bar. Otherwise, it just could be fake breakouts. Guys, IDN has got to get back into the 40s, of course. I'd like to see a bit of around 843 or so. I've just been waiting on this one to see if it can really pop through. What would be nice to get another volume bar for IDN. Another volume. It doesn't have to be this big, but just something else. So I see, oh, here's another one, guys. CFA, I don't know what this one is. Another one of these, man, oh man. Another one of these SPACs. So this will be CFFA. CFFA. Not familiar with this one. What is it doing? Not too much. Wow, got halted up. You're right, got halted down. Now it's got halted up. Again, awfully interested to see what it's going to do tomorrow. I mean, it still has a ton of room, of course. Will it have a second day continuation? Now, these guys are ripe to announce a financing. Now, hopefully, if you're in this one now, I'm not trying to scare you, but hopefully they do it after hours. If they do it, I mean, there's no guarantee they're going to do it now, but this stock has been sitting in the 60-cent range for months. All of a sudden, it's at 240. Yeah, no, we know it's a merger news, but they could easily do a financing. Well, guys, IDN is not a couple of topping tails now. Topping tails. I'll put an alert right around here, 8:45, and see if it takes it out later. Wow. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. I have to admit, did not anticipate. I thought maybe, you get this sort of a move maybe the next day or 2 days after the devastation. A lot of times, though, the devastation day is just kind of flat. But this is a huge move. I mean, from 250 to 440. I mean, that's a 445. That's a huge move. It's almost like they're refuting the data. All right. Well, if they can't do a financing, then we'll have to see what happens with it tomorrow. I don't know about short covering. We don't have anything short float percent. Not that that means anything necessarily, but it is shortable for me anyway. How many shares? Only 20,000. So a lot. There could be a lot of covering right. Well, you may be right. Maybe there's covering now. I have no idea how many shorts were available for me earlier in the day for IB at IB. Come on back. Graph. Okay, Luis, I'm not sure I understand your question. What are your charts? These are the Trade Ideas charts. Or pair to go in, gain some, and get out. I'm not sure I understand your question. Blue did halt. Okay, guys. See, the only issue I've got, I mean, it may run, guys. 747. There's a 200-day moving average for new. What charts do I personally recommend? Well, we have charts. I mean, they're very simple charts, Luis. I mean, we have charts in our program, so I think if you're beginning, I think they're fine. But I'm not a beginning trader, and these are the charts I use also. So little disappointed in that IDN. I thought really. No, now okay. I got the alert on the downside. Maybe um, this is pretty big pullback now, though. In my opinion, I mean, it's a pretty big one. And getting bigger. I don't know. I mean, I waited for this break here. It didn't happen, so um, sort of, Luis. I mean, we have a position in days range filter that you could set just below the high of the day, things like that. So I mean, there are ways to find stocks that are not near the high, that are near the high of the day, but have not broken the high of the day. We have a halts resumes. I'll give it to you. Okay, there's the halts resume filter right there, or window. But we don't have an alert like, okay, give me a real-time alert when the stock is 3 cents from the high, okay, things like that. We don't have that, but we have what we call position in days range, so that you could, look at stocks that are near the highs of the day, but not quite there. Well, do you know why stocks get halted or resumed? I mean, they get halted because they've gone up too fast in a short period of time. It's just a computer that generates the halt. So that's how it works. I mean, it's nothing we do. It's just you get the halt and then it resumes. You get the alert when it resumes trading. Usually it's 5 minutes. Usually halts are 5 minutes long. You mean right now they're dropping? I mean, we have running down now as an example. I haven't used this one in a long time, but here's an example. Running down now, you could literally put how many dollars it has to, or cents it has to be, and that would be a real-time alert. So you could say, show me stocks that are running down 25 cents right now. Well, just because a stock gets halted, Luis, and when it resumes doesn't mean you hop in and buy it. I mean, a lot of times you'd be in complete and utter chase mode, to have to. I mean, halts resumes is more, in my opinion, more for if you're in the stock ahead of the halt, fantastic, and especially if it's the first halt. Typically, the first couple of halts can be really good, and the stocks can continue. But it's not just when the stock resumes that you just take the trade. You mean stocks? No, I don't, Dasher. I mean, anything that's in this watch list that appeared today could have continuation the next day. All right? Could have. They are designed, they've made my watch list because there's usually room for them to run, not just in one day. So you can take a look at these to see, okay, yeah, they still got room. Do I have a link for chart settings with corresponding indicators? Okay, so if you right click on a chart, here are the indicators that you have available to you. Is that what you mean? If you right click, so if you right click a chart, excuse me, and go down to indicators, here are the indicators you have available to you. How is that one doing? I mean, that's just had an incredible run, FUTU. I mean, at one point it was a high. There's the high of its lifetime high. Yeah, you're right. It is pulled back quite a bit. Interesting to see what it does tomorrow. If this is just the first day of finally taking a lot of profit, or does it is it just a day in which it rests and then tomorrow it resumes? You too, Larissa. So, guys, I have this development meeting at 2 o'clock that I'll be attending. Oh, I see. Well, I can give you, but how do you know you want all these indicators that I have? I mean, I can just save this and share it with you. Which time frame? All right. Here's 5, 15, and daily. And UMRX halted again. Now, this time on the way down. Now, can this possibly rebound from this? Okay, just give me a moment here, please, guys. right, guys. So I'm in this development meeting. It starts very soon, so I'm just going to put myself on mute right now. Okay, and I'll be here. I can answer some questions post-wise, but just won't be able to get on the mic. All right, guys, I'm back just in time to leave. It was a very long development meeting, so I did see the CBAT. I was watching that CBAT while I was in the meeting and wondering, well, I wonder if we can take out 119. And wow, did it ever? 149. Thought this daily looked a little choppy, but what do I know? I mean, that really accelerated right through. Well, Peter, we do have the 5-minute volume increase. You can try that. If you right click, configure, and oops, let me get rid of the announcement and type in volume. Okay, and then where you see it says volume 5-minute. So add the filter, and then you can put in. You can start experimenting. So this is going to be comparing previous 5-minute volumes. So you can start experimenting to see if the volume, while the volume is going to increase for sure, and is it going to give you a good pattern? Okay, so that's what I would try first. Well, it will increase vol. It should. I mean, you should get volume spikes. You should get volume bars that could look like that. Yes. Just try it. I mean, put 500 or so in the min, 500%. And just see what happens. One of my two of my one of my alerts, the Momo up, has the 1 minute and the 5-minute volume spikes in there already. So if you click on scans and 1 minute, sorry, Momo up and down. Where are you? There you go. Momentum up. That has the 1-minute volume filter and the 5-minute volume filter in there. And usually, you're going to see big volume pops. You can also do it from here, from the Room Drive icon. Share scans that I share and download. All right, guys. So we don't really do telephone work. We do telephone work if it's an accounting problem, okay? But even then, we don't really do very much telephone work. Make me. I just do want to put in the promo code one last time because this will disappear tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay, so that promo code will disappear tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. You have been forewarned. And I don't think we'll have another one for, well, I don't know if there's anything in August. I know the next actual holiday. Wow, not until Labor Day. Yikes. That's a long time to go before we get another 3-day weekend. Well, how much is it? If you click on that link right there, you'll be brought to the pricing page. And, we've got the 4 plans, the big one. You don't have to start off with that one, of course, but $22.68 a year minus 25% for the premium. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 25%. The huge difference is the AI. The AI has brought you these alerts today. Some were pretty good. You don't have to start off with a premium plan or a yearly plan, though. You can always just try us out. Standard monthly 118 less the 25%, or the premium 228 less the 25%. That discount on a monthly plan is only good for the first month, all right? But if you decide that you want to upgrade and you do it within 30 days of taking out a subscription, so you want to upgrade, say, from standard to premium or from a monthly to a yearly plan, we will honor the 25% promo code. Okay? All right, guys, I think that's it. Got a couple of things I want to do. I'm sorry for the development meeting. It's once a month. A lot of stuff that goes over. I sit in. I just like to hear what's happening. Obviously, I don't have too much to do on the development side, but it's always interesting for me to hear what is happening on the development side. So that's this one took a long time. So we will see you tomorrow. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. The application. Oh, well, it's right there. Okay, can you not see it? Right there, right above you. Okay. Can you see my screen? It's right above you. I'm posting it. It's right there. Okay, there's the subscription link, and that'll bring you to this page. Yeah, this graph has been a fun one. No question about it. All right, guys, I think that's it. It's in the works, Yellow. I mean, I have no idea when it's going to happen. It's one of the ongoing. So there is a development plan, but I cannot tell you when it's going to happen. Ongoing. Just looking at this one, TANH. Wow, this one could have a run, guys. TANH could have a run. Yeah, see, I wish I was having a siesta. Okay, guys, we'll see you tomorrow. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.